is in front of them and measuring and holding people to account. And we have thought through in the process of developing the DATI manifesto and implementation grid, how we can have a special policy delivery unit in the presidency that will make sure that the states are coordinated with the center and the various agencies in a seamless manner, that we don't have the kind of confusion we have in the power sector today. Amongst those we've chatted on these issues with is somebody who is actually, incidentally I mentioned Palladium and the work that I had done on the power sector previously. Somebody worked with me on it back then, now works for Tony Blair and is country lead for Tony Blair's policy delivery unit initiatives in Malawi, Daniel Ikonobe. Daniel, are you there? Is Daniel there?
I'm here.
Oh, yeah, you're there, Daniel. Okay, Daniel, just in brief, because we have very short time. In brief, how can we use the concept of a policy delivery unit in the presidency to ensure effective implementation under the new order in Nigeria, if we can take back our country, and we must?
Great. Thank you, Prof. If you think about it with wedding analogy, people spend so much time preparing for a wedding and so little time preparing for a marriage. And like somebody once said, that it's easier to win an election than to run a government. And what we have found in many clients is that there are very many well-meaning politicians who say, we are going to deliver the country and become a rallying point for the entire country. People place their hopes on them, and then they get in and realize that it's not as easy as they thought. And we find that having a delivery unit, or begin to think about delivery before the moment you announce, is a very powerful and a useful way to approach how to run government. And I'll just put a few thoughts around that. One is that I'll bring into three buckets. The first is leadership. There must be a very strong leadership signal, because all that the leader can do, in this case, in the case of the Labour Party, all that the leader can do in the person of Peter Obi is to represent and embody that very strong signal to say, these are my priorities. This is how I play my politics. This is, the kind of initiatives that I'm interested in, and be very consistent with that. And then in terms of that signaling, who he sees, what he says, where he goes, must also reinforce signal. Again, his choice of cabinet will also send a signal, intended or unintended. Those kinds of interactions and all that, we have to be very focused on the kind of signal that the leader sends. Then you have a strong coordinating center, and this is where we speak to the delivery unit, that is like a SWAT team of experts that are able to take those priorities, build plans around it, begin to engage with key stakeholders and bring them together. And we're talking about MDA coordination, sub-national coordination, private sector coordination, donor coordination, the coordination of development partners, and ensure that there is an alignment of their plans, their budgets, their activities along the signal that the leader is sending. And then that is the second bit. Then the third bit is to ensure that the communication is clear, consistent, and coherent. From the leader signaling to what the MD is, coordinated by this delivery unit, is also aligned. Because the truth is, there is an interesting oxymoron that delivery units don't deliver. And what it really means is that their activity is to help the government to, place a very clear coherence in how the plans are done and how the activities are done and execution is done. So the rest of society, private sector and everyone else, can then place their bets knowing that policies and actions of government are coherent and consistent. And so we have that. So the first thing you need to do is identify a very strong leader, that will head such a unit. that leader must be able to do two things. One, he must be able to leverage the authority and conveying power of the president. That person must have that de facto, access to say, I can leverage that, borrow from that authority and his conveying power to engage the rest of society. That is one. Secondly, he must be able to interface very strongly and cause a seamless flow between the political and the bureaucratic, because he can stand on that platform of the bureaucracy and then, that coordinating mechanism of the bureaucracy, because the institution is what remains, right? He must build a framework that ensures that there must be institutional ownership of the policies, priorities, and directions of the principal, right? Secondly, that they must be able to start building huge collateral. For example, many MDAs in Nigeria have one of the best policies in the world. Being able to get those policies and bring them together and align them and say, this is clearly what we are trying to achieve, and to say that we have strong collateral. Institutional memory must be built across board. And then lastly, you want to ensure that individual can strongly empower the fringes. So basically, a delivery unit is not one to usurp the place or authority of the MDAs, but one that goes behind and acts as a facilitator in making those things happen. A number of tools that come to play in building a delivery unit is, one, to use a very structured approach, albeit maybe the strategy management system of some sort on a national scale, where that you are able to take the national vision, build, an operating mechanism that allows to generate those activities that delivers on that, and then also the capabilities of the nation that drives that process to deliver that value ultimately. So having a very strong systemic process, now guiding the process and progress, guiding the activities and the outcomes, and ensuring that those things are done in a very structured way, and maybe balanced scorecard on the national scale, if you will. The other tool, which was driven by the initiative by Idris Jala, who led the Malaysian transformation, is something we call labs. Labs is applying the rules of agile, or the agile mindset, or an incubator within the space of governance. And we're using labs is a way to crash space and time in order to accelerate delivery. So basically what you do is to create like a war room and bring the key decision makers and action takers into a single space. Thereby, it's not a workshop, it is not a talk shop. Here they are delivery, they are delivery rooms in a sense. So
you hit the point. Yes. We're going to create a war room. This is what we need right now to rescue Nigeria. It is serious business. Our country is prostrate. We've got to turn things around that we might be able to create something that will be so phenomenal history will never forget. Now, I know that you have got plenty to say on those tracks, but time is so against us. I want to take one or two other critical big ideas areas. I've always said, people say corruption is so difficult, blah, 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 blah. I said, look at you people. Simple technology like blockchain technology, which allows everybody to see the same information at the same time, is enough cure for corruption. Corruption is based on the fact that there is information asymmetry. These information asymmetries, this person does not know what this person knows, leads to the kind of
gaps.
Yeah, gaps that people take advantage of. Discretion that they then use to extract money from poor people who are supposed to take these services. I can able speak to this and perhaps a little bit about what you could do in the oil industry. We're talking about all these thefts and stuff like that. Then we'll come back and I'll quickly summarize one or two other big ideas, and then we'll go to listen to the women whose empowerment can change our country. Because this country has talented women everywhere, but people who put Nigeria down have not done enough to allow our talented women to take their pride of place in showing the way. Yes.
Thank you, Prof. So, in the space of blockchain technology, there is a whole lot that can be done. I mean, we heard when Mr. Dati was speaking to the procurement process in Nigeria. So, I mean, with blockchain technology, There are a whole lot of transparency that can be created in that space for the oil and gas industry and every other sector that the business solely relies on supply chain and procurement. So even in Nigeria, as a country, we can actually use blockchain technology for our procurement processes in selecting suppliers, contractors for strategy selections, whether it's competitive or selective. Once a vendor or a contractor is delivering a job, there should be an appraisal system where they are being appraised. So whenever they want to do another job, it's just for the company to go to that portal and verify from the certificate of work completion that was given to the vendor for the previous job. So with this being on the blockchain network, it could be accessible by anybody. So vendors are given projects and jobs based on capacity to deliver excellence. So I think the blockchain technology is what we need currently in Nigeria, most especially, like Prof said, in the oil and gas industry. It could help also in hydrocarbon tracking. It could help in the upstream and downstream sector of the oil and gas
stealing petrol, and stealing crude oil.
Exactly, and also stealing of the crude oil, stealing of hydrocarbon.
It just shocks me to no end that we can actually have a bold face and say people are stealing crude oil. As P2B says, it's not a gallon that you can put in your business. The whole shipload just leaving and they say somebody stole crude oil. And they're stealing so heavily. In Saudi Arabia, they know exactly where what is on their pipeline. They can tell where every barrel, every drop of crude oil is. And here we're talking absolute nonsense because we are the real thieves. We, the government people, are the thieves. So we've got to stop this and serve our people. Anyway, not enough time to deal with this. Let me just quickly summarize on this, the two other big ideas that I wanted us to speak to. One of us at an airport trying to join us, but simple idea, revenues. We're struggling with revenues, raising revenues. And some people say, you see, we need to tax people more, but people are not paying taxes. People even misunderstand the, if you will, a logic of taxation. Yes, many people are not paying taxes, but the few that are paying those taxes are even being overtaxed. We don't really calculate when we think taxation. The European who's paying taxes, the American who's paying taxes, doesn't take care of an extended family, doesn't do all these other things. And those are taxes on him or her. But just leave all of those aside. You can't invest if you are being overtaxed. And those who pay tax in Nigeria are being overtaxed. And people are saying, problem of revenues is because we're not collecting enough taxes. It's in increasing how. You can incentivize the system using even insurance companies. Look, let's take car insurance. It's compulsory. We're supposed to pay that. But people will pay anything like car insurance. Police, when they stop a car, the incentive is for them to take a bribe rather than to get the thing done. So we can use a series of incentives. Everybody you get to pay, such an amount goes to the police fund. Such an amount goes to your salary being better. Before you know it, boom, revenues will flow in like crazy. We're just not using creativity to run this country. And you can go, let's go from revenues, let's go to a point that I like to make. And when I said it at the last, you can make everybody in this country literally a millionaire. I say, they always, this kind of idea. Simple. The man who they said put 200 and something billion, took something away. It was the accountant. You get stories like that every day, newspaper. Just take those people and what they are supposed to have stolen. Collect all the money. Put it in 20 banks. Those 20 banks, you have the BVN of every Nigerian. By the time you put those money, you will see that easily 3-4 million naira can go to every Nigerian.
Exactly.
Pay it into their accounts. but don't go and collect it tomorrow. And they pay it to account. Your children are supposed to go to school, eh? This is the school fees. We take 300,000 from your account to pay school fees. Your children go to good schools. You are supposed to do XYZ, pay this tax. We take it. Government takes it to use to run other services. By the time you finish, some guys may have 500,000 naira left. Some may have 100,000 left. It's their money. They can go and spend it anyhow. Now, this is actually a development on an idea that has been around for some time. I said the last time that in 2003, two Columbia University economists, Arvind Subramanian and Javier Salai Matan, actually said that the government of Nigeria was so inefficient in the welfare that Nigerians derive from crude oil sales that Nigeria was better off without a government. That if Nigeria didn't have a government, if you just wrote the checks, say oil sales is whatever, $1 billion, and there are 100 million Nigerians, just statistical. Okay, everybody, you take your $1,000 or $2,000. That the welfare effect will be greater than the government is supposed to be making it more, being in place. Okay. The economist at Harvard, a Norwegian, you know, Norway's fame for a sovereign wealth fund and blah, blah, then said, okay, maybe it might be slightly impractical to implement Subramanian Salai Martin thesis. But why don't you just say to every Nigerian, we have collected all these revenues from crude oil. Effectively, you are entitled to $10,000 each. But we won't give it to you because we are taxing you at the rate of 99.9%. And so here is the balance. That is your money. But we have collected tax on 99. People will go, what? Meaning all this is my money. Because right now people don't know it's their money. Yeah, exactly. They think it's government's money. What he calls the endowment effect will get people to become so sensitive that government becomes more accountable.
And that will add value to citizenship.
So,
all right, we still have the women waiting.
Yes.
As we begin to wrap the big idea. And those of you who are still listening to us who are online, the big idea, yes, I know that some lay people like us will be thinking automobile plant, intervention in agriculture and all that. But we're also talking about low-hanging fruits, things that government can implement immediately and unlock prosperity, and things will begin to happen. Those are the things that we're looking at. Yeah, we'll take a little insert so that we can make the transition to the women. I will still have Professor Pat here to link us up with that one. Give us an insight, a small break, we'll come back and we'll do that.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient? Now my president, you think me, I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load, no. Not the person where we need. If you want better tomorrow.
Nigerians are a great people, enterprising and caring for one another. And here is a presidential candidate who shares these values, who thinks and acts differently from transactional politicians.
Tell me what a governor in Nigeria needs a dispatch rider for. What for? Every flight I've taken in Nigeria as a governor was economy.
After a successful career in business,
I was a trader. Everybody knows I was a very big trader. So I had a viable business. I was sitting on the board of 3 banks, could be chairman of one before I became governor.
and private life of exemplary conduct,
I have been to over 200 secondary schools, hospitals, and everything. Sokoto, Nasarawa, Kogi, everywhere, giving schools computer, money.
he came to public office as governor and practically transformed the state once challenged on many fronts.
Mr. Peter Obi's greatest legacy in office was his financial prudence. He funded development projects without borrowing money from financial institutions, nor raising bonds.
In less than 2 decades in public life, He has stood up to powerful interests on behalf of the youths and people, taking tough stands.
We want to build a coalition of Nigerians, especially the youth, to take over our country. If I'm president today, no government official will spend on it. You go to jail.
He has also chosen a running mate, Dr. Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed, a prudent and accomplished nationalist who shares the same values. It says something about the president he will be.
I do not have money for money politics. I simply will not play that kind of politics in buying delegates. Not me.
He has visited states across Nigeria and envisions endless possibilities that abound.
Kaduna used to be home of exile and talents. There's nothing happening in Kaduna. The fourth or fifth biggest export of Vietnam is footwear, which Abba can deliver. Abba used to do it. This is something that is so simple that you can do.
With him, it's a different kind of politics, with the plan to move our country from consumption to production, drastically cut down the cost of governance, lead by personal example of prudent conduct, holistically tackle insecurity, and bring back hope at a time when it is desperately needed.
Nigeria is not a poor country. The leadership of Nigeria is poor. You have to remove the... Nigeria is a very rich country, blessed by God. You can remove Nigeria from being a consuming, sharing country. My dear people, as I conclude, the real problem is all of us. It is time for all of us to decide that we must have a country, that we must take back our country. And I will start from recruitment process. Today, we have people who want to be president. We have people who want to be governors, who wants to be senators, who wants to be everything. It is time to start scrutinizing. This Mr. Obi, who is he? Don't say he's a Catholic. There's no Catholic in it. There's no church. I've not seen where Catholics buy bread cheaper. If you know well, show me. Neither have I seen where Pentecostals buy things cheaper. Buy rice, anything cheaper. So let's remove church from it. The question is, Mr. Obi, don't look at his tribe. Those who think Peter Obi is contesting because he's an Igbo man, an Igbo turn. There's no turn here. The turn here is who will fix this problem. So, it is not his turn. So, let's put Mr. Obi on the scale. Let's put Mr. Obi on the scale. Where is he coming from? This thing he's talking, because we have people who can speak good English here and who can talk well. This thing he's talking, where did he do it before? Do they have this thing? Do we know him and everything? Let's interrogate even mothers, his family and everything. It's not enough to say the man is this, the man. Let's start from there. This man who says he's going to be governor. Don't look at what you're going to benefit. All of us are benefited, all of us are going down every day. Things are worsening every day. I know people who can't go to their village now, yet they are big men in Lagos. No, you can't tell me that. If your territory has been taken away, and you say you're a big man, where? You're just waiting for them to come here and chase you out of here. Because that's what they go. They go from one territory to the other. If you think this place is safe today, quote me, it won't be safe next year. Because they capture this one, you run to this one, they capture it, one, they chase you away.
Dear Obedience, we have come this far because of you. And we didn't get this far by doing things the usual way. We now have to cross the finish line triumphantly on February 25th. Donate now any amount of your choice into the Big Tent Bank account, FCMB 9450000012. It's motivated people like you that will make the new Nigeria of our dreams possible. Thank you.
Here, we know about national grid, national this, national everything. I've never been to any other country, and they are talking like this. All you need is switch your light. As people who live in England, ask Pastor whether he knows how much they generate in England. He doesn't know. He doesn't know about national grid. He doesn't know about transmission line or this. Everything in Nigeria, you know all of them because it's not working. So we want somebody to generate power. Let him go and generate it for Muslims. We'll go there and live. Let him do the roads for Muslims. We'll drive past it. Let him build the bridges, build the schools for Muslims. Nigerians, I met Nigerian students in Egypt. They were Christians, but they went to Muslim country to read. So let's have functional universities for Muslims in the north. We'll go there and go to school. Because they'll teach engineering, law, everything. We'll read it and continue. Or show me where the Christian ones are. So let's forget about religion. We have issue with the country. The issue is fundamental. We need competent leaders who have the capacity to drive this process. What you have here is that we have people who have since passed their destination. So they are dragging us back. We want Paul to go to these young people who knew where they are going so they can get to their destination. Not have all this where you have drivers who are trained to drive old vehicles finding themselves in a Formula 1 competition. They're going to crash the car. That's what you're doing now.
Record. Are you obedient?
I am obedient.
Are you obedient?
We are obedient. Now my president you be. Me I want better tomorrow. We no want to load. No. Now the person where we need. If you want better tomorrow.
Welcome back. This is still the final push of the Obidati Global Fundraising Telethon. We'd like to say a very big thank you for still staying tuned to watch us since PM. Of course, we are still in PM. However, we have been having so much talk, so we'd like to take you through an entertainment journey. And in the other studio, we have Brain Wheezy. He will be giving us some comedy. And immediately after that, we have Aerial Culture with Spoken Word. Take it away.
All right. So, a very quick one. God has the ability to pick a nobody and turn him to somebody in the presence of everybody without consulting anybody. Yeah. Success does not actually happen in one day, but one day it will happen. Yes. So, Nigeria, this 2023 is about to take another turn. Please, a wise man will say obedience is better than sacrifice. I don't need to convince you to vote who you want to vote. Because if you vote anybody, well, no makes sense. Now, me and you go suffer. Yes. Brainwiz is my name. They call me the motivational comedian. I'm wealthy. In case you care to know the source of my wealth, health is wealth. If you look at me from afar, you may think I don't have money. But when you come closer to me, you realize I truly don't have money. Yes, it's the same thing, but we are seeing it from different angles. Nigeria is no longer safe. Even in Nigeria right now, you can't save money. Your saving is not even safe in Nigeria. Yesterday morning, I saved 3K. In the evening, the 3K saved me back. Yes, the 3K saved me from hunger, my brother. Hunger can make you to start developing feeling for somebody that just bought food for you. Do you know what is hunger? People are no longer giving Caesar what belongs to Caesar again. Caesar is hungry. If Caesar see what belongs to you, now you go Caesar. Am I communicating? Yes. In Nigeria now, no cash, no fuel. All payment platforms are down. Now you can't even afford to make a down payment. Am I communicating? That joke now for people where go school. If anybody they laugh around you, laugh, follow them, make them not say you go school too. Hello? Yes, this is Nigeria for you. This Valentine said where they come now, excuses go full everywhere. You hear where a guy will tell his girlfriend, I would have sent you money, but there's no network. I would have given you cash, but there's no money. I for take you out, but there's no fuel. Now format I give you now, so that's Nigeria for you. Nigeria is currently in the state of balablu. If you know vote who go make sense, now you know for yourself. Vote who you want make your future day like hello. They say a big head with an empty brain is a big load on the neck, but a small head with quality information is an asset to the owner. Yes, as I speak to you, to whom much is given, don't run. He ran away with the much that was given to him. Yes, even what goes around does not have transport to come around again. What goes around is stranded. Yes, in Nigeria right now, the cost of living is now too cost for the living. As I speak to you now, toothpaste is now expensive. You can't afford to have one-on-one conversation with some people these days because not everybody they brush. Hello? Yes, not everybody they brush. Some people have not even changed their toothbrush for the past 4 years, and they are expecting good things, people to value what comes out of their mouth. How is it possible? Yes. Last week now, person go confess in sin for church. Pastor called police for him. What invest the pastor? In the middle of the confession, the guy told say the church generator well lost 3 weeks ago, 90 fam. He come thief the generator with 1 gallon of fuel, and you say me pastor no bad for him. Pastor say, my God, he forgive you, but me, I not go forgive you. You will buy the gem with the fuel. You know what for the fuel they talk now? Yes, fuel is even now affecting my relationship. Okay. On this note, I would like to say this. Before I go. I don't really know what you are going through in your life right now. Have it at the back of your mind that one day you will look back and smile. But for now, face front, make motto for no jam. You brain, which is my name. See you later.
Record. Are you obedient?
I am obedient.
Are you obedient?
We are obedient. Now my president you think me I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load, no. Now the person will be me. If you want better tomorrow, no go vote to load, no.
I am at let's go as you see me so at the front line, no.
At the front line, no.
Put it one mind, no, make we unite, oh, do the right thing, no.
Do the right thing. Situation don't they get a CB. My brother, sister, get your BBC. Make we unite, make we vote you be. Now my president, you me, I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load, no. Not the person will be. If you want better tomorrow, no go vote to load, no.
If you don't want to be, it means say you don't want to be.
Me, I go what to be. Peter Obi, say now you we want to.
We want to.
Now you we want to.
Record. Are you obedient?
I am obedient.
Are you obedient?
We are obedient. Now my president you think me I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load, no. Now the person will be me. If you want better tomorrow.
Good afternoon, Lagos. Good afternoon, Nigeria. My name is Eric Culture, and I'm here to present a spoken word piece. Now remember this tweet, and I quote, "Nigeria will not end me." Well, reverse was the case for my friend Okwe. On that day, we abandoned color, race, and culture because all that mattered to us was just our future. How bold of them to think they can take it away from us. Yes, they left us scarred. Yes, they shook us up. Yes, they struck us like a dagger. Yes, many don't they jackpot, but right now, we say they are father. For the first time in history, we had a national nightmare. If we could turn back the hands of time, if we could eradicate these dark memories that cost us fright, we would definitely jump on that offer because, oh my, we don't suffer. This suffering knows no bound. This suffering knows no age. This suffering respects no class. This suffering regards no gender. Now everybody they feel am. I'm only on my way to see my family. Why you get accent or you are enter boot? Even if our politicians they loot, your crime was passed, so we go shoot. All she wanted to do was praise God and spend Christmas with her family. But no, a situation that could have been controlled became calamity on the 25th of December 2022. Now, preachers will say life is vanity upon vanity, but I dare say it's nothing but sheer insanity. We're currently facing national depression. Even if we turn to our therapist, therapists said they find Panadol to cure an old headache. Who go help who? One thing that struck my mind at the time is that I am still very much in my prime, so I definitely have the ability to fight, and nothing will take away my right, which is soft life. Now, I know you might think soft life is dorime, wine, and booze, but that's not my definition. Soft life is a system that works. Soft life is a reward for hard work. Soft life is when I, as a daughter of a nobody, can become somebody without having to know anybody. Soft life is when a bus driver can go about his daily hustle without hearing a word. Soft life is when you can boldly move at night without fear. Soft life is when there is no Naira scare. Soft life is when you and I can go to the hospital with the assurance of good health care. Soft life is uninterrupted power supply. Soft life is when you can carry your laptop without fear of being arrested. Soft life is when I can go and leave. I don't have to leave my country just for better education. Now let's go back to the Garden of Eden, the inception of man according to the Holy Book. Life was without stress, life was easy, until one wrong act of disobedience changed the course of life. Disobedience was the root cause of the fall of man. And now the very opposite of disobedience is what? Obedience. If you cannot see that this is the hand of God in this obedient movement, and I don't know what to tell you. The world is at a pause anticipating the outcome of this election. The world is earnestly anticipating what Nigeria will become in a few weeks. Nigeria is emerging bigger, better, stronger, and more fruitful. 13 days from now, we will emerge into a new era. My name is Agriculture, and that is my piece.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient?
Now my president you think me I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load, no. Not the person we be if you want better tomorrow.
Welcome back, and a special thanks to Agriculture and Brain Wheezy for your entertaining submission. Okay, let's get down to brass tacks. You know, without a woman, oh my goodness. Let me just leave that for the panel session. However, please make use of your on-screen display to send in your donations and contributions for the OB-DATI Global Fundraising Telethon. We have been talking about this, and thank you so much for all of your support, and to our partners, Nigeria We Can. We appreciate you. Okay, so I'll be leaving you in the hands of two intelligent, knowledgeable, delectable damsels, and Prof will be anchoring the panel session for female participation in politics.
Well, thank you. I'm glad that we are focusing on what really is important. We're talking about women and national performance generally, not necessarily just politics. Our country suboptimizes in many ways. This is why the potential that we have, the dream of the founding fathers, have been significantly. I'm just thinking, and now in the UK Parliament, but half of them have Nigerian parents. Almost all of them are women, I believe. Or in fact, all of them are women. Shows how Nigeria has very few women in its parliament. Rwanda does so much better than Nigeria in that regard. I mean, travel around quite a bit, serve on a number of committees at the continental level. And whenever I sit on these panels, the woman sitting by me is a minister from Rwanda. It's one young one who is minister for trade and investments or something like that. And each time I talk to her, she's a nice, smart woman. But I think I can find 500 like her that I know in Nigeria. So why are we not fielding those ones? Our country definitely is hurting itself by not providing opportunity to these women who can take us to higher levels. I want to find out why and what we must do to change this. I mean, we thought through these in the writing up of the manifesto of the Obidati thrust. However, I want to operationalize these manifestos. This is why we're having this telethon, to bring people of ideas, to look at what we have proposed and say to us, these are better ways of implementing so that we can deepen and ensure that our country gets the benefit that it deserves so it can be lifted up from where it is. I got Barrister Boma Alabi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, and the one and only Uwa Osa Obo, very, very distinguished management consultant and investment. Is it Guguru they call them these days, or Guru? I don't know which one it is. But, Baba, what should we be doing? I mean, you were an outstanding, sorry I'm saying that, you were an outstanding attorney in the UK before you returned to Nigeria. And you've done a remarkable job of work since you returned. Why is it that the path is more open for women, Nigerian women who live in this country, unfortunately, than there is for them in our country? And what should we be doing about it?
Well, thank you first of all for inviting me here. I think it's so important that we have a level playing field. The way our society works makes it very difficult for women to participate because it's a patriarchal society. Women are expected to be the caregivers at home, not just to the immediate family, but also to the extended family. A woman who's out and about at a certain hour of the day or night is viewed with some sort of moral judgment. Why are you out at this time? Why are you not in your husband's house? These are some of the societal norms and behavior that keep women back. There are very few women who are willing to go against that trend and be labeled regardless. The few of us who do that will rise to the top of wherever we happen to be involved in, because you don't give a toss about what anybody says or thinks. But you shouldn't have to be in that position where you have to think, regardless of what they say, I know who I am, and I'm going to have to do what I have to do. That's why I said at the very start, we need a level playing field. When men are out there working and networking and doing what they have to do in order to get to the top of their game, whatever game that is, they're not judged in the way women are. So that's a starting point.
One of the bits that I find really annoying, quite frankly, is when you go to graduations in Nigeria. They begin first class, they'll go through the list of first class, and they're all probably all women. And they start with then we go to we go through second class offers, and maybe halfway through going through second class offer admission, graduates, they mention one young man and he hope is a rock. Finally, man! You know, and then 5 years later, can't find those young women. And these also ran boys in 2-2, third class, senior managers, this and this and this. What are the things we need to do to change that kind of trajectory? What?
You know, Prof, the analogy you gave, if you had asked me a question that was generic, that's where I was going to start from. The fact that, data has shown that girls do so well in school. Then something happens, 5-6 years after graduation, they just vanish off the radar, And in some ways, they actually vanish figuratively as well. And I think it ties to what Boma was talking about. Because when you don't find a place for yourself, when society has molded you to think about your role as a support and not as a primary asset or resource for society, you do lose something. You do lose something. And I do think that to turn to reverse, this trend that we see, a lot has to come from the woman, the female. I think increasingly we are beginning to see female role models having a voice, making a difference. Fathers today treat their daughters different than fathers in the past treated their daughters. They are more keen to empower and build a certain degree of confidence in their daughters that even their wives may not have had. So in many ways, I do see a future that will be brighter. But I think that biologically, emotionally, there are various reasons why it may be easier for a woman to default to the home giver, caregiver role. Because by nature we are nurturing. And, if by nature you are nurturing, the tendency is that when there's a need, when your child or daughter, your son or daughter has a need, when your husband has a need, you tend to be the one who tries to compensate and give, where the man is more, oriented towards his career. So I do think that over and above the kinds of empowerment and the kind of role models society is beginning to produce, a lot will have to do with the female herself. And I think more orientation, more encouragement for females to take their destiny into their hands, and to be that thing they envisioned themselves to be, when they were making the first classes and the second class offers. I think those are the kinds of things that will make women come out of what I think is still some, sort of shell, whether it's self-imposed or societally imposed.
If I may add to that, because beyond what a woman can do, we talked about the society and where it places us, which is part of why we're in this shell. We should ensure that in every organization, no matter how small, there should be a diversity and equality policy. And that should then be implemented.
Yeah. But why would, I could give a personal example. I have a daughter who's graduating in a few weeks from an Ivy League university. Why would I, after investing that kind of money, not want her to get the best the world can offer? Why would Nigerian parents, and it's changing like who has said, why would fathers not feel it a duty to ensure that the best opportunity comes to them? And I have Ndi Kato is, I think online, is she there? Ndi, are you there? Yes. Oh, okay, please, weigh in on this conversation. You are younger than these two ladies sitting here with me. What's your experience of this phenomenon, and what do you think we should be doing?
Well, younger and privileged to be on the same panel with them, please, need I add. I'm really, really proud to see women like this. I'm pretty sure that they have faced, a tougher battle. And, at 33, I would say, they will look at me and say, my daughter, you're just starting. I know that's what they'll refer to me as, because I've seen things, but I don't think I've seen on the level they have seen. But, this thing is, you were talking about seeing those young women who did the first class or had, 2-1, and then where are they now? And I remember talking about in my career how I have to put in 10 times the effort for half the recognition, or even less than half. And it's really that difficult. I've been in politics. I'm now 33. This year will make it 10 years that I've been in the political space. I have served very well in the political space, and what I would still notice, I remember in the past party I was in before we came to Labour Party because of our support for Peter Obi, what had happened was I remember sharing the stage with the Ghanaian president once, and I'd just spoken at this event, and the Ghanaian president was there, Yakubu Gowon, and all of these people, and there was all talks of how well I did, and who is this young girl? And later in that evening, I had a meeting with the publicity secretary of the party and other young men, and he was talking about the new faces of the party. And then he makes reference, he tells the young men there that, all of us here are here to represent the party because these are the bright new faces and all of that. And then he tells them, the party needs conversations on military, the party needs conversation on economy, spending, all of these things, insecurity, all of that. And then he turns to me and says, and you, when it's time to talk about gender, we'll call you. And that is the box I have to struggle to come out of so much. And it happens with so many young women. We have this box that we have to come out of. We work so hard, but we keep getting put in the box, And I think that, the conversation my older aunties are talking about with respect to this, creating these quotas and this system where you have to employ women, you have to set aside seats or offices where, this quota must be filled by women is necessary. And I dare say, you know what? It's not so much a thing that you say, where are the qualified women? Look around you right now. There are qualified women everywhere. It's not a new phenomenon. And I will step forward to also say that if we're looking at where are the qualified people, I don't necessarily think that within the Nigerian system, a lot of men who have gotten into spaces have been qualified. So that conversation always comes up when it's time for disadvantaged groups to get included. And then they start talking about where are the qualified ones? We can't see them. We are everywhere, but we keep getting marginalized. So I think the biggest step that can be done for women's participation, for men in governance, women in key places, is we have to set aside this quota. And this quota is deserved. This quota is deserving. It's not because we just want to put women there. If you are looking for women who are up to the task, there are women up to the task everywhere, especially in Nigeria. It is about time. Thank you.
Yeah, just staying with you for 1 minute, the Obidati revolution has been significantly about young people and women. And the Obidati movement has been driven significantly by young people and by women.
Yes.
There is, when the candidate Peter Obi met with U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Africa, Fee, in Washington, the group, 3 women, 3 men, himself, myself, one other man, and 3 of you women. And they actually directly remarked that the last presidential candidate from Nigeria that showed up there came with 17 men. Here we are, 3 men, 3 women, meeting with them. So clearly this is a new direction.
Yes.
If you had to demand something of an Obidati government in terms of affirmative action to get women into positions of public authority, what kinds of things would you suggest should be done?
I would say, I want to be selfish. Left to me, the other women might be more sensible than I am. But left to me, I would want 75% of women in these spaces and less men. Because you people have had your turn. But I'll be kind of reasonable. And so let's stick within reason. I think that for a quota, we can start with 35% affirmative action. And that 35% affirmative action is key to point this. 35% affirmative action does not say, oh, you must put 35% women. No, it says that no gender, because when women are thinking of these things, women tend to think of everyone. We're really the selfless gender here. We tend to think of everyone, and we say, you know what, in no time in the nearest future in Nigeria should any gender have less than 35% representation. And I think that is key. So within the executive, the request would be that women should not have less. You don't have to peak it at 35%. Women should not have less than 35% in any office that you're appointing people into. And like I said, like these women who are sitting with you there, Professor Pat, that there are enough women who are can enter into these positions. So we don't want less than 35%. We want over. We can do 50, we can do 70, we can even do 100, but we do not want to go less than 35%. So that is for that. Now, there is also a bill that has been sitting in the National Assembly, and I know that bill tends to be controversial, but we have seen how systems like this work in other countries. For example, Kenya, Kenya has the special seats bill, and Nigeria has had that, the 111 special seats that has been sought in the National Assembly, and that keeps getting kicked out. Oh, they say, oh, you want to, how are we going to spend, how are we going to pay these people and all of that. It's not the money that's the problem, it's the representation that is key. And with places like Kenya, we've seen that when you put women, when you give these quotas, people are able to stand, disadvantaged groups are able to stand on these quotas and then project more. So right now, Kenya has six women governors, their regions in Kenya there. And you can point to, people like Susan Kihika and the rest, you can point to the growth they have had from the National Assembly all the way into becoming governors of these counties. These things work. You look at the National Assembly of Kenya right now, the number of women who are serving there have greatly increased. These quotas are important. And I feel that the president himself championing this bill, not leaving it for just women to, women in the National Assembly to keep suffering alone. The executive has an amount of influence that they can wield, and we're not saying you have to force them, but you have influence. You can come to the table with legislators and explain to them how important this bill is. This is very important. So the 111 seats bill, and there's the gender and equal opportunities bill that is still sitting. It keeps getting thrown out. We want to see that these things are at the forefront of national conversation. I sit on the intersection between women and youth. I'm 33 years old, so far the youngest presidential campaign spokesperson to ever happen in Nigeria. And I understand what this means and what this position means and what it has also done. That representation helps to bring so many more people to be interested in these spaces. So when we keep saying that we are the women also need to see more women like them. We know the ripple effect of women like Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, women like Obieze Kwesili in leadership positions, and what that has been able to do. You look back at that and look at so many more young women entering into political spaces and saying, I want to be like this woman, I want to be like that woman. These things have ripple effects. So we want to see more women, and we don't want them in quiet roles. We want them in key positions. We want them in spaces where they can be seen and heard, because it's only through this that we're going to see that ripple effect coming forward. And I think that is the number one thing we want to see from this government. And also, apart from giving us these positions, we also need to see that this government is in tune with making sure that these laws help with the rights of women in Nigeria. Because, the more we keep asking, where are they? So many things keep Nigerian women from participating. And we need so many more women in these spaces. We do have a sizable number. If you want to appoint, if you want to employ, there's so many women, but we need more. We need more. And one of the major things standing between Nigerian women is our laws. One of the major things standing between Nigerian women is our customs, our culture, and the religious things that we rely on to stop women from growing in their various spaces. And we need to look into this. So it would be really great that when the executive comes in, when the Peter Obi government comes in, that the government itself champions this and does not leave it for the few women legislators. And when we say few, I mean few. We have less than 5%. We have 4-something% representation of women in the National Assembly. So when women even bring these bills, it doesn't stand a chance. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm one of those who actually believe in affirmative action. I think the impact of Thomas Kingsley's 1948 book, Representative Bureaucracy, influence on me for more than 30, 40 years, is a recognition that affirmative action can work for the good of all, but that we keep abusing how we implement such programs sometimes around the world. Now, if we had to use affirmative action to insist that women, clearly Beijing came up with the target of 35 or 33, I don't remember, 35% that was suggested. I would personally, if I had to form a cabinet, I would be very pleased with a 50-50 share in a cabinet. However, I do recognize that women have far less experience because they've not been given more exposure. So perhaps aggressively, I would go for a 40% at least to start with. But as things move up, it should ratchet up. There's no reason why we cannot have 50-50 cabinets and assembly members and so on and so forth. If a new government wants to change things dramatically in that regard, what kind of support initiatives, besides just a law or order that it should be 40-60 or whatever ratio, what are the support things that the government could be doing to make those who come in feel comfortable in those positions, feel empowered, feel that this is what they should be doing, instead of, oh, we're just a privileged bunch who were pushed into positions. What kind of support systems should government be putting in place? Well, perhaps we can start with you.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to address the issue of the affirmative action, probably in a contrarian manner. In the area of politics and governance, I think it has to be progressive. I don't believe it ought to be by fiat. I think that there are enough good women out there who can be identified and showcased during elections. But more importantly, it's when the appointments are being made. I think, you know, the last speaker talked about Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. Love her or hate her. Her trajectory so far has shown that she's one of the super women, you know, globally, frankly, you know. When she, you know, assumed the head of the WTO, you could see the celebration all over the world, not just from Africa, which is an acknowledgement of her worth as an individual before she's a woman. And I do think that if a government, politics aside, just in terms of appointments, looks at key positions and picks the very best women that are available and puts them in those positions, the narrative around politics will change. It's a psychological barrier. It's like the speed barrier, the sound barrier, or, you know, whatever. Once you break through it, once you show that there's a critical mass of women, forget whatever hormones you think, you know, is sailing around in their bodies, they're able to deliver the goods. Suddenly, there'll be more respect, you know, for women as appointees and ultimately into elected offices. Let me talk about the private sector. I am wary of interventions again in a market space. I do believe that that's an area that ought to be left to progress in line with its own self-interests. Because once you're driven by, you know, market economic, you know, ideologies, you will make the decisions that are best for you. But when organizations begin to see that women's voices, and let me talk about the marketplace. When you look at entry level, I don't think you see that much disparity in percentages between male and female. When you look at the middle level, I dare say that, you know, at least in the places I have worked in, it hasn't been, you know, it has been on the average about the same. You know, it could be 45%, 55%, one way or the other. But on the average, the problem really is at the top.
Glass ceiling.
The glass ceiling. And that's what we need to work on, you know, dealing with and breaking. But I think increasingly organizations are beginning to see that when you have a qualified woman, there are innate qualities she brings to the conversation that men cannot even fathom. And in a society that's increasingly becoming inclusive, where, you know, things are being democratized, suddenly the inclusive voice of the female is a voice that society tends to respond to, not the kind of command control, you know, attitude, the alpha male type of syndrome, which you expect to see in a lot of these organizations. So even for business, just for the survival, the success, the differentiation of a business, there is a strong case to be made for having women have a very, very strong voice at the top. And let me make the final statement, and this is really a plea. I see a lot of men, just Prof, like you said, when you said, you know, my daughter, why won't I expect her to, you know. It's funny how men who have daughters in the workplace see other women and are not as accommodating as you would expect when it comes to those top, you know, positions. Innately, there's something about the boys' club, which I think is a preferred default for a lot of men. So when you look around yourself, what you want to see is people who look like you and probably talk like you. But you will encourage your daughter, obviously. But how about encouraging the other women and understanding that this is a challenge we've all got to take up and address?
Yeah. No, that's a very valid point to make. But if you look at an organization that is servicing a whole customer group, and a lot of people who pay the money to buy things are women. you would expect that in its own interest, it would want the people making those decisions to think like the consumers that they're selling to. So there is a rational reason to actually expect women to rise faster in the kinds of organizations that are selling to a population that is significantly female. Yeah. However, you find sometimes that there is this old boys club thing that needs to be broken, either by formal governance in organizations, and many times actually where the nature of our culture has made the best qualified people women. For a long time, I used to make the point that the best bankers in Nigeria were female, for a very simple reason, that in the early days of banking growth, the young men who got into banking were rushing to take opportunities as the banking industry was expanding. So a young man enters as an officer today, 7 years later he has reached GM, he's gone through 5 banks, but he doesn't know anything about banking. And I used to say publicly that my favorite treasurer in banking was Funke Oshibodu, because she didn't feel those pressures that those men felt to go up and down. She stayed at Citibank and simply learned banking. And so I would think that it should not be a surprise that many people who are emerging as CEOs in banking today would be female. So I think that governance needs to play a more important role for private sector in that regard. However, in the public sector, again, because populations matter, and that's the whole concept of representative bureaucracy, that those who make decisions should reflect those that are making decisions for. A lot more women ought to be considered in terms of the value of public choice. So what do you think we should be doing to provide support, just in case there are not even enough, let's say, ready women for certain kinds of positions? What kind of support can be
Number one,
given?
it's just impossible that there would not be enough ready women. You know, women's rights are human rights, full stop. We all start in the same schools. We beat the boys in class. Nobody talks about your sex at that time until suddenly you get to secondary school and you become a woman and you suddenly become a lesser person as a result. So there are ready women, there are enough of us to fill those positions. If I were president of Nigeria today, right? First things first, I have executive powers. I appoint my ministers, don't I? Yeah. It will be 50-50. That's a decision I make. Yes, it has to be from 36 states and the FCT. Fine. There's sufficient capable men and women from all of those states. So, number one. Number two, government policy. Again, you don't need a law per se. Local content started with a policy before eventually evolved into a law. So I can give preference to companies that put diversity at the forefront and have equal and fair representation in accordance with our constitution. And those companies would get priority in procurement and other things. That will lead the market in the right direction. It's happening in other countries. Why can't it happen here?
Yeah.
Rwanda had a policy of 50-50 and they filled
You can see the impact.
Yes, Beijing 35% was just a start. It's not meant to be where we stop. And if we haven't started in all these years, then we should not be talking 35%.
You know, I do agree with you, actually. The part of the problem I have seen watching the scene for years is that many organizations do not affirmatively deal with the things that slow women down. I'll give you a simple example, childbirth. Many women have to take time off work to go and raise a family at a point. Even in the UK, one of the biggest challenges they have in the UK is that female doctors, by the time they go out and have their 2 children and raise them to a level and come back to work, they literally have to be retrained as doctors. So the average female doctor costs the system a lot more than the average male doctor. But people have been made to compensate for that because there are organizations that have policies that when you take that time out, so to speak, to go and raise the children, There are things that are affirmative that goes on that helps with your continuous retraining while you're away from the workplace, so that when you're ready to come back, you don't really lose seniority and stuff like that.
In my profession, so I had the privilege of practicing law in England, and here we found exactly what you said. Women are entering at the same level, and then 6-7 years down the line, they go off to have children, they return, and they find that they've been left behind. They find that the way of working is no longer compatible with this new lifestyle of looking after a little child, and they drop out. The organizations are throwing their hands up in the air and wondering why they're dropping out and not understanding that they have to support. So what sort of support did we ask for and campaign for? And that is making a big change now. It's flexible working. We're professionals, right? We can be trusted to work and deliver, not 9 to 5, which is the old industrial age style of working, but working with technology. Therefore, I can start work at 7 a.m., do all my drafting, take my child off to school, return, see clients, go back, do the school run, give that child something to eat, start again at 4 p.m. or 6 p.m. and still do a full day's work. Once that became recognized by the law firms, that flexible working is not part-time working, retention went through the roof. That's a real-life example of what organizations can do to support
and this is why I raise it.
Retain women.
So that the system, both the public and private system, can recognize these things and create the atmosphere that will facilitate the talents that is in our women continuing to contribute to the growth and development of our country. Fortunately, time is out and we've got to go. So, but the points that you've made are very, very important and hopefully will guide policy. And I hope that Peter Obi and Dati Baba Ahmed are listening very, very carefully and that they will do the things that will make a difference. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient?
Now my president, you be me. I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load, no. Not the person where we need. If you want better.
Election don't come again. Make you not dull yourself. Now the logo of Papa, Mama and Pikin when LP sit down near Gidigba. Now you go see for the paper where they take the vote, where they call ballot paper. You no go see Labour Party. No only the logo of Papa, Mama and Pikin. Now you go see even self, you no go see Peter Obi or Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed for the paper. Now the logo of Papa, Mama and Pikin. Now you go look for the paper. You go see many logo, your own and our own. Now the one when you get Papa, Mama and Pikin with LP when you stand near and Gidigba. Now there you go put your hand, take vote. When you put your finger for ink finish, JJJ put them for the box. So make you put them inside the box. No let them touch line. If you mash line, you don't fail. Vote LP, Labour Party. Vote Peter Obi and Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed. Vote Papa.
Make you go check your record, Obi. From consumption to production.
Dear Obedience, the Obi Dati campaign believes that good things happen when we all come together for our common good. Your kind contribution to the campaign now will herald honest and competent leadership to secure Nigeria, end banditry and insurgents, unite our country. Will you contribute? Donate now any amount of your choice into the Big Tent Bank account, FCMB 9450000012. It's motivated people like you that will make the new Nigeria of our dreams possible. Thank you.
I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, obedient, and useful. I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, obedient, and useful. I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, obedient, and useful. I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, obedient, and useful. Hey, Obedient movement, the movement for better Nigeria. Obedient, yeah, the movement for better Nigeria. Obedient movement, yeah, movement for better tomorrow. Obedient,
Welcome back. A special thank you to our damsels for discussing the female participation and representation in politics. This is still the final push of the Obidati Global Fundraising Telethon. We'd like to also say thank you for all of your contributions and support thus far, but you can still make more contributions when you get to see the on-screen display on how you can do that on the Big Tent account. Right about now, it's some entertainment, and it is Edo Babe.
Greetings, obedient family all over the world. I greet everybody, especially people who get sense. I greet you now. Today, I'm not just day in a good mood. I'm not happy at all. The reason why we dey here, oh my God. The reason why we dey here now to come raise money wey we wan invest for our future. Abeg, make una take this thing seriously, because the last time e come be like say we come here come play, because the outcome no just dey encourage you at all. Even the money wey dey take organize the show, we not try. Let's just say the truth, we not try. Abeg, mo try today. Abeg, as I dey talk now, abeg mo na display the account number make dem dey see am. If na pastor now come and say, hey, mo na bring money, oh, the one way they want to deceive you now, say bring money, come outside, may God take bless you. I believe say go pass that one. Seriously, let's just try ourselves. Mo try our best. Abeg, if na the best we first try before, e not reach, oh, abeg, this time around, mo do better. Abeg, we know they collect this money to take give Peter Obi, make take shop or anything. We not even they collect this money to take do anybody favor. This money, we want invest time for our future. Everybody they cry say, the country bad. Now, presently, even me as I dey talk to una so, if I want sleep, I dey sleep with one eye, open one eye down. Because to be obedient now for this country now, it be like they do one kind bad thing. Now bad thing to people. I beg, mo do the needful. I be this suffer not dey tire una. Hey, today, the country bad, the country bad. But if you can't reach the time what they do, the very important thing what we suppose do, everybody will they withdraw. Everybody will they withdraw. If the country, una they save money to take back car, if the country not good, where you want drive the car? You want driver go meet bandit for road, or I be waiting. More do the needful. It just be like say maybe the money where they say make them rate. The thing annoy me, oh, I don't know as another person say. I can't say what. Obedient, everybody they obedient. When it can't reach money matter, everybody they withdraw. It's not really making sense. To me, now very shameful thing. I don't even say thank you to anybody. But the people who genuinely support with big money, una try. This time around, abeg, una not tell anybody say na any amount, abeg. Not be any amount. More do this thing. Make fuel not come finish for road. We never reach where we dey go. Nigeria can do better. If you reach money matter, everybody will dey withdraw. If na bandits or anybody, now they say bring money. Una go find the money. Even if you not, una find where go bring the money. Please, this time around, let's just do the needful. Now wait till I say me I can't talk to for here today, because the last time I can't be like say after this one speak English, this one speak English. It can't be like say we don't know where they pay us or we don't know what we can't do. Please, viewers all over the world, I beg, mona do the needful, both home and abroad. For those of you now where not still they come Nigeria to come vote, this now the only thing we fit do for us right now. Mona support. We know they do anybody favor. Now for if Nigeria good, now for me. If he bad, now for me and una. If he good, now enjoy am. Not before just one I can't donate money, give one politician. If he reach money matter, we come greedy. More just there obedient in everything. But anything where they say more do I beg, more do with our heart. Please, I beg. And the only people where I feel beg now, please, our neighboring country, now only on I feel beg now. More assist us, because if Nigeria good today, it go affect una positively. Everybody go enjoy. In fact, if Nigeria good now, the whole Africa now good. Please, more do the needful, Nigerians. I beg. This will not be now one help me or help Peter Obi. Could be like say maybe one do have. It's even helping us. How many times I'll talk this thing? Sometimes I just feel pity for the kind of job when they come do if he don't become president tomorrow. Election is just around the corner. If they say donate, more not donate. Donate, I beg, Nigeria. We not they help anybody. We not they use and help Peter Obi. Now for ourselves, we they help ourselves and the future of our children, so that the country go good. Everybody will fit travel in peace. If as I they say I be obedient to the campaign online, they talk online. If I dey waka, now me come with my face like this. If I dey waka, they cover. I be like ex-convict where they fell. Person wey run from prison. I dey cover my face. 2-4. If I dey go out, they not bomb me well for this Lagos. They come out. I'll carry my for this Lagos. Una know wetin happen yesterday. Please. If this country don't really tire you, the way it be now, go concept person come. Why we want come they play? Why are we playing? Please, let's do the needful. Thank you.
Dear Obedience, it is our firm belief that Nigerians come first. So, we shall prioritize human capital development through investment in STEM education, health, and infrastructural development. We need your support to make this a reality. It's possible. Donate now, any amount of your choice, into the Big Tent Bank account, FCMB 9450000012. It's motivated people like you that will make the new Nigeria of our dreams possible.
My dear people, as I conclude, the real problem is all of us. It is time for all of us to decide that we must have a country, that we must take back our country. And I will start from recruitment process. Today, we have people who want to be president. We have people who want to be governors, who wants to be senators, who wants to be everything. It is time to start scrutinizing. This Mr. Obi, who is he? Don't say he's a Catholic. There's no Catholic in it. There's no church. I've not seen where Catholics buy bread cheaper. If you know well, show me. Neither have I seen where Pentecostals buy things cheaper. Buy rice, anything cheaper. So let's remove church from it. The question is, Mr. Obi, don't look at his tribe. Those who think Peter Obi is contesting because the Igbo man, the Igbo turn. There's no turn here. The turn here is who will fix this problem. So, it is not his turn. So, let's put Mr. Obi On the scale. Let's put Mr. Obi on the scale. Where is he coming from? This thing he's talking, because we have people who can speak good English here and who can talk well. This thing he's talking, where did he do it before? Does he have this thing? Do we know him and everything? Let's interrogate even mothers, his family and everything. It's not enough to say the man is this, the man. Let's start from there. This man who says he's going to be governor. Don't look at what you're going to benefit. All of us are benefited. All of us are going down every day. Things are worsening every day. I know people who can't go to their village now, yet they are big men in Lagos. No, you can't tell me that. If your territory has been taken away, and you say you're a big man, where? You're just waiting for them to come here and chase you out of here. Because that's how they go. They go from one territory to the other. If you think this place is safe today, quote me, it won't be safe next year. Because they capture this one, you run to this one. They capture it, one, they chase you away.
Dear obedience, we have come this far because of you. And we didn't get this far by doing things the usual way. We now have to cross the finish line triumphantly on February 25th. Donate now any amount of your choice into the Big Tent bank account, FCMB 9450000012. It's motivated people like you that will make the new Nigeria of our dreams possible. Thank you.
Here, we know about national grid, national this, national everything. I've never been to any other country, and they are talking like this. All you need is switch your light. Ask people who live in England, ask Pastor whether he knows how much they generate in England. He doesn't know. He doesn't know about national grid. He doesn't know about transmission line or this. Everything in Nigeria, you know all of them because it's not working. So we want somebody to generate power. Let him go and generate it for Muslims. We'll go there and live. Let him do the roads for Muslims. We'll drive past it. Let him build the bridges, build the schools for Muslims. Nigerians, I met Nigerian students in Egypt. They were Christians, but they went to Muslim country to read. So let's have functional universities for Muslims in the north. We'll go there and go to school. Because they'll teach engineering, law, everything. We'll read it and continue. Or show me where the Christian ones are. So let
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient?
Now my president you think me I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load, no. Not the person where we need. If you want better tomorrow.
Go. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. I go by the name Obi of Lagos, and before I move on, I want to ask you a very simple question. That's, shall you go obey? Shall una go obey? Because me, I go obey. Oh. I'm an obedient and I want to be useful for my country. They call me Obi of Lagos, the Igbo boy with a little Yoruba vibe, the OG with a little Amoita vibes, that kind of thing. Let's go, DJ. Let's go now. See, winning is certain with your PVC, LFEC, Alefa, Ijoba. You go enter, but Kori pay me daily, make I help my people. Plenty parties where my people don't see. Wọ́n fẹ́ lé mi léré, wọ́n wá gbé wọn sáré. They won't do me jamburu, but they won't do me shege. I be oh, yeah. pé. Obi of Lagos. Kórìíjà lówó bí ti Obi o. Yé pé ànilẹ̀. Pray for good Nigeria. Ẹ dìbò fún. Make una no Jones am, cause you no go Jones, una Jones, una Jones, una Jones, una voting. Shey you know that kind thing. If na liars that see, lelele, anapanape, yeah. Everybody gonna be Obi o. Kórìíjà lówó bí ti Obi of Lagos. Pray for good Nigeria. Ẹ dìbò fún. Vote for Labour Party.
Welcome back. This is still Obi Dati Global Fundraising Telethon. Okay, in the next 12 days, Nigeria will be recording a revolutionary rebirth. And that's the reason why we are saying to you, come over to this camp and we would have a new Nigeria. So right about now, we'll be talking about another thing that is most important in the state of the nation, and that is economy. So I have OK back, and I'll be handing you over to anchor this session with Professor Pat Utami and Bongo.
Anyway, thank you so very much. Wonderful people. For those of you who have stayed with us all through, wherever you're watching from in the world, we appreciate you. I'm sure you're seeing that information still on your screen. Please feel free, use it. Yeah, be part of it. All right, Prof, the next level.
Yes, really, the next level. I mean, what is life without living? If we're going to live life, we've got to have the opportunities to reach our possibilities. The economy is so central to the Nigerian challenge. If you look at the numbers, they just frighten you. Nigeria, very sadly, became the poverty capital of the world. And we hear those things thrown up, but they're not quite sure how they were arrived at. The Brookings Institution, in its regular surveys, found about 3 years ago that India, with 1.4 billion or so people, finally had fewer poor people than Nigeria, with our 200 or so million people. That's how we became the poverty capital of the world. The single biggest collection of very poor people were in India, but now they are in Nigeria. In fact, Itorobi likes to make the point that when you combine India's 1.4 and China's 1.4 billion people, there are more poor in Nigeria than in those countries combined. Now that's a frightening place to be as an economy. Yep. I like to sit on the left side of the aeroplane, window seat, hopefully, when I'm flying to Port Harcourt. And from that, I just look at the coastline from Lagos, just look at these wide beaches and look as we're going and saying, what kind of a people can have this kind of gift and be poor? The blue economy. I mean, if you just imagine that if we just took ourselves seriously and did something about the blue economy, the resources that come from the ocean, we can have full employment in this country. We can have income per capita that will go into the 15,000s very easily, you know. But there they are, resources wasted. Forbes magazine published an article that hurt me very much in May 28, 2019, I believe it was, It was called Nigeria, Africa's Money Losing Machine. You want to lose money? Go into Nigeria. Because institutions are so weak, regulatory risk so high, that in the end, you're likely to lose money in Nigeria. So most investors are not coming. In a time when capital is so available in the world, that I continually go back to the French economist Thomas Piketty, who essentially has written the book on capital in this century, and capital and inequality. There's never been more capital available in the world, in the history of the human race as it is today. In fact, just a couple of people, less than 20 people in California, own more capital than the entire continent of Africa. And we can't dress ourselves up nice enough for that capital to flow into our country. There's so many hurting things about the economy.
Prof, we are privileged to have Professor Bongadi here, yes. Professor of Economics, Lagos Business School, Pan Atlantic University. You've had Prof talk about these things.
Yeah,
Where do you think the Obidati campaign can do things differently, considering the myriads of problems that exist?
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, let me bear off from what Prof said about capital, being super abundant up until very recently. And with the current changes we've seen in the global economy, brought about by the pandemic, 2019 through 2020, and then the world economy started to show signs of recovery by 2021, leading up to 2022. Then Russia invaded Ukraine. So that again brought another phase of shock in the global economy. So today, the world economy is struggling with high inflation, as central banks all over the world trying to, rein in this rampaging inflation using very hawkish macroeconomic policy of raising interest rates. So what that means is that global interest rate has gone up very high. So capital is no longer going to be available to countries such as Nigeria. So that means that we're going to be, constrained to seek for capital locally, domestically, because internationally, they will be requiring so much of us in terms of interest rates. It's no longer accessible and no longer viable as an option. And then it is as a result that Moody's rated us, recently below junk status, So that means our prospects to raise money from outside this economy is going to be very tough. Now, what is the implication? Government will have to compete with private firms for the sparsely available capital locally. And that is what economists will refer to as, a crowding out. So public sector will crowd out private sector. So what will be the implication? We're going to see large-scale insolvency of, corporations, as they will be, hard-pressed to find the capital, for working capital will be a serious challenge. So it will have implications for jobs, for economic growth, and these are all indicators that are already in Nigeria, at a very high level. But there is hope.
That's what we want to hear.
Exactly.
That's what we want to hear.
So it's important to, dress the background so that we now know where Obidati comes in. Now, the other day I was on Arise TV. The same day I was also on CNBC Africa on similar, conversation. Now, the IMF just concluded last week their Article 4 visitation to Nigeria, which is simply, kind of rounding up of their member countries, studying their macroeconomic conditions, having, parleys with the macroeconomic managers to know the direction the economy is headed and looking at the key indicators. So that's what it concluded last week in Nigeria, and then they came up with their report, which paints a very negative picture in the near term. But the recommendation they gave seems to have been lifted straight from Obi Dati manifesto. That is heartwarming. Also, when AfriInvest published a kind of a summary of the same Moody's rating in terms of the way out, again, their response came like they lifted it out of Obi Dati manifesto. So what is it in the Obi Dati manifesto to address the near-term risk? So the challenge that we have today, as Prof mentioned, is that Nigeria is a country that is awash with opportunities, but we keep, wasting all the opportunities that we have. So we've not managed to build a productive economy. We've not managed to build our foreign reserve and our external sector, which is the strength of any economy, right? In every economy, you have the consumption, you have investment, you have the government. These are all domestic. But then the external one, the one that is looking outside from where, as a family, the family has to sell something. You sell your labor to earn income. So as an economy, economy is Greek for household. So as an economy, we are selling something outside, and then we have to get income. The income we earn comes from the external sector, and that is where we haven't prioritized. Now, the Obi Dati manifesto, is focused on the external sector of the Nigerian economy. But before that could happen, so we have to address the macroeconomic imbalances that we have. Now, what is the first one is the way the central bank has operated over the past few years. Now, we've seen also, Prof mentioned, this multidimensional poverty, how we have overtaken India as the poorest country in the world, or the country that has, it's almost the same thing, the country that has the largest concentration of poor people. That didn't just happen overnight. I think it's a combination of policies of government. So the people didn't become poor by themselves, but it's simply because policies that have been implementing over the years have not worked. So in the last 7 years, going to 8 years now, we've seen this direct targeting of poverty through different schemes by the central bank and by so many government agencies. We created agencies for social whatever, yet none of those have succeeded in defending the people against poverty. So poverty has so much decimated our people, showing that we cannot continue on the same track. So what is the response of Obi Dati to that? One is that the central bank will be made to focus on its core mandate, which is simply managing the money supply, controlling inflation in the system. Okay. So all these other interventionist policies, development, trade related, those are not the core mandates of the central bank. Central bank should focus on macroeconomic policy alone. And then whereas the competent authorities will take responsibility for all this in a transparent and accountable manner. Now, the next thing that the IMF and Moody's referred to was also the exploitation of the ways and means advances, okay, which we have seen, in a layman's parlance, simply abuse, printing money, reckless printing of money, that turned the central bank into a piggy bank of the federal government. That shouldn't be. IMF pointed to that.
In violation of laws.
In violation of instant laws. It shouldn't be more than 2% of the budget deficit, of the budget of the year, and it should be fully amortized at the end of the budget cycle. It's not something you carry over to the next year. But we've seen that it's gone to more than 28% currently, and it's keeping, and then there is no way we can even stop right now. In the near term, we still need to continue, but it has to stop somewhere along the line. So the IMF recommended the securitization that the CBN recommended should happen as soon as possible. But then that is not even a solution because it carries its own drawback. When India tries something like that, it actually worsens the inflation situation. So what does Obi Dati plan to do when they come in? So that is the first thing. So we have to build a fiscal buffer, stop the leakages. That's the first thing that needs to happen. Then another one, which is very strong, because it resonates with the people, has to do with the fuel subsidy. Okay, much of that printing of money has gone into fuel subsidy. that has to go as well.
Which Mr. Obi has referred to as plain stealing.
That's what it is. So we
Plain
cannot
stealing.
continue on that track. Subsidy has to go.
And
But
it's
then,
important to explain this to people because it's always coming up. Oh, if you remove subsidy, people will die.
no. We have on the manifesto, if you read the manifesto carefully, there are commitments to social safety nets, okay, that will be rolled out on a transparently targeted basis that will address the socially, challenge in the system. So, because whenever you have this kind of problem and then you try to target the poor people, there is always the danger of mistargeting. Those who are not poor will, lay claim to it
End
even
up
more because they
benefiting
have
more.
exactly. So we also will need to put in place, schemes to ensure that the right people are targeted, the underprivileged. Those are the people. So these are clearly mapped out on the strategy paper that's been developed for the Obi Dati administration to address the drawbacks that will come from the removal of fuel subsidy. So that is one. Then another one is exchange rate. Now, that is a longer term, not in the near term, but in about 12 months, there is need to, harmonize the exchange rate. That is another, will I say, stealing going on in the government, round tripping and all of
Will
that.
we ever see a Nigeria without dual exchange rates?
It
Where
is-
you don't have black market and...
Well, the thing is that unlike now, so many people, we agree with, so many economists will tell you that Nigeria's economy is on a kind of an autopilot. But that doesn't mean that we will have to run a strictly competitive market economy. That is a long-term project. It will happen. But in order to get there, there is need to direct the economy, so it will be a guided policy. Yes, we will have the unification of exchange rate at some point. But then at this point in time, remember, the government has accumulated huge debt. Even if we go direct and liberalize fully, which will definitely happen, we need to know that, we have to have an eye on our debt burden currently.
I think, Mungo, it's important to go to the history of this. In the 1980s, it was thought that Nigeria was in a hopeless situation. The divergence between the exchange rate, the nominal exchange rate, and what is generally the purchasing power parity was so huge, it was a big laugh, it was thought not possible. How can we ever systematically work at building a foreign exchange market was developed. We went to a two-tier foreign exchange market, we kept working at this, and the market evolved. And we had exchange rates that did not diverge for a long time. And then suddenly, bad behavior crept in. In the last couple of years, we've nearly ruined that market. And that's why we are where we are. Fixing that is critical. But amongst the critical issues important here is the infrastructure that will facilitate production, that will enable us go from consumption to that production for export to end the foreign exchange that will make that easy. Now, Dr. Peter Agada has led a team in the big tent that has focused on infrastructure, that made the input into the Obi Dati manifesto. And I think it's important that we give a sense for the big picture of infrastructure thrust that will help facilitate this move to production. And how this will contribute in many other ways. I mean, Bongo was talking really about the circular flows of income in society. Jobs will come from all of those things. So the households are contributing, all these other sectors are growing, the private sector. What is the nature of that plan?
All right, thank you so much. Point number 5 of the 7-point agenda of the Obi Dati presidency by the special grace of God is to build expansive world-class infrastructure for effective power supply railroads, air transportation, pipeline network, through integrated public-private partnership, and entrepreneurship public sector governance. I just took it off the document. So what we did in our team was to study this nation, 923,000 square kilometers, as a human being, like the body of a human being. And what does it take this body to live, basically, to be productive, to live, and to exist? We see infrastructure development as the arteries, nerves, and the vein system that enables this body to exist, to consume, to excrete, okay, to have life built up on a daily basis, okay. We have just come to a simple summary based on backgrounds of policies that government has developed over the years. Government has developed several policies over the years. We've looked at them, we've studied the pitfalls, we've taken the best parts of these policies, and we have arrived at one point. Now, for the OB-DATI program, what we will immediately do is to hit the ground running with our tag for that program is called optimization. Haven't listened to Professor Bongo's here. You've seen the conditions around being able to go for debts, being able to borrow from international and all of that. Yes, that has guided the background of what we call optimization of what is already on ground.
Okay, let's keep it at optimization, Dr. Agada. Yes. We'll take a small break. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll dive more into the subjects that we are discussing here. We'll be back.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient?
Now my president you be, me I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load, no. Now the person will be me, if you want better tomorrow.
Attention, please. 3, 2, 1, go.
We must change the managers of Nigeria. Every part of Nigeria is important to us. People are dying. It's a crisis. And the only people...
Record. Are you obedient? Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient?
Now my president you be, me I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load, no. Now the person will be me, if you want better tomorrow.
Testing the microphone. Thank you very much for this opportunity you have given me to talk and express myself. Yes, as a Nigerian, I am angry. But God has created us in a way that we are very unique, very unique. Yes, we have very many reasons to burn and blaze and scatter and then disintegrate, and then like a Humpty Dumpty, they can't carry us together again. But God is very faithful to us. He made us in such a way that we can withstand any kind of pressure, anywhere the pressure comes, social pressure, political pressure, all kind of pressure. We all withstand because we have the grace of God. But we don't have to push the grace of God too far. That is the truth. We are a country that every time we call on God, Muslim, Christian, we call on God every time to come and help us. But you have to know that God cannot do for you what he has empowered you to do for yourself. God cannot fix Nigeria. No. God can fix Nigeria, but God will not fix Nigeria. Yes, definitely he will not fix Nigeria because he has given you the ability to fix Nigeria. God is not a totalitarian. He has given you a freedom of choice. Yes. So, what your PVC, you will go and liberate this country. Yes. You will liberate this country, Nigeria, on the... We are a funny country. Just look at us. Look at our destiny. Our principal, Peter Obi, said he wants us to be, to change from a consumption country to a production country. Now, if you don't have something, you import. No be so. Then, if you have it to commercial quantity, you export. Nigeria is the only country that does that in the reverse. Yes. The things that we have, we import and export the ones we do not have. Yes. It is only in Nigeria, okay, that we import petroleum product when we have oil in this country, and then we export security when we do not have security. We export infrastructure. Not only us, they do railway for Niger when we don't have infrastructure. They can be a very good. What's happened there? What stop us from creating an infrastructure from like Aba? And put railway from Aba that will cut. You know that the Southeasterners are the ones, they are the commercial name center of the country. Why don't you put a railway and then you divide the country from Aba up to north in Merugri or Sokoto or Kebbi State, so that they can be trans-regional commerce? But instead of you to do that, you will put pipeline from Bayelsa to Karuna. The amount of money to use and lay pipeline from Bayelsa to Karuna, can't you put railway? So that you can foster trade. You don't want to do that. You know? It's not a problem. It's not a problem. We are very used to be irresponsible. That is why, you know, we need somebody like Peter Obi to come and then show us the way. Not show us the way because these leaders that are here, they don't know. You know, there's a difference between mistake and mischief. Yes. They know. Don't you know that it is only in Nigeria that a state government or federal government can do a 15-man panel and committee of inquiry to go to London to go and check the size of billboard. They will pay flight money, put people in hotel, you know, and all of them will carry their PA and go and pay extra code. On top of whose money is this? On top of whose money? Let me tell you, there is so much of wastage in the economy, and they have to make sure they seal all these wastages and make sure that the money for everybody is distributed. Distributed so that the commonwealth of the people will be enough for people to enjoy. And then you see joy. Not every time that you see me, you say, okay, show us joy, show us joy, show us love. If you tell me show us love and you don't have PVC, I'll tell you, I love you. That's the truth. But it's okay. We came to do fundraising. Fundraising is not, that's fun. F-U-N-D. Forget my accent. FUND. That's money. We came to donate money for this cause. There is no movement without financial backup. We don't have money that we stole to come and distribute. It is your money that you are going to invest in this movement so that we can use and help Nigeria to go forward. Thank you very much for this opportunity you have given me to talk and express myself. Thanks.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient?
Now my president you be. Me I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load. No. Now the person will be me. If you want better tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Ime Bishop, for putting smiles back on our faces and at least making some of this stress that we feel very light. Anyway, back on the...
part of Calabar is he from?
It's from Akwa Ibom State. It's from Akwa Ibom State. All right. Back on the panel here. We remember, if you're just joining us, we have Professor Bongadi, we have Professor Patrick, of course, Dr. Peter Gather. You were saying something about optimization before we took that break. So I'll take you back to the point where we left off. Yes.
Thank you so much. Please permit me to just take this off the report from my group, okay? Then we just talk this up. Good. Now, it's called Optimization of Nigeria National Assets, Infrastructure Corridor and Grid Development by a Labor and Logistic Optimization System. What does this really mean, okay? In summary, Nigeria has developed about 55,000 kilometers of arterial roads, several ports, power plants, several infrastructure for national development stationed in different parts of our country, okay? Between these infrastructures and road, we have vast expanse of lands, buried natural resources that haven't been touched. Remember I said, we're treating infrastructure like the person.
Yes.
Just imagine your body being sick, deprived of food, minerals, but you have, what the body does, it goes into systems, autophagy for healing and several things. On its own, it's programmed that way. So we think Nigeria should go into a form of autophagy, for example. What do we have in power plants? What do we have in road network? What's wrong with them? How can we get them functioning? Okay? How can we get all of these things functioning in an optimal form? What is wrong with them? Do we need to cover the roads again with another layer of asphalt? Do we need to construct new rural roads? Do we need to do we need to go off grids for power in certain areas of the country? All of that has been analyzed in detail, okay? So what we've done is that we have now come up with a solution in a nutshell that we call C2P parks in different parts of the country. Consumption to production parks located in different parts of the country. And these parks are endowment-based. For example, the construction to production parks in Zamfara State, for example, is solid mineral driven. Okay, it's a one-stop location where industry, housing, infrastructure, logistics, and all of this happen together to make that one location a life of its own. Give it a life of its own. And that place is located close to an existing national grid. You don't have to go construct a new road. A road passes there. The railway already passes there. So we put it there so that production happens there and immediately gets into the system and moves out for export. The one in Benue, for example, is agro-industrial driven. Okay? Now, in my personal experience in housing development in this country, housing has been a big challenge for several reasons. But one of the biggest reasons in housing development, I've had national awards on housing, okay, during the times of Mrs. Ama Pepo. One big problem, even people with regular paying jobs, civil servants, could not afford, after having gone through the analysis of what it takes to pay back for housing, even government officials that were given to us then, with their salaries confirmed, they gave us 100 people, for example, only 16 qualified. Wow. For housing. Now, what we're doing with the C2P parks is that we will tie production, job employment to your housing at the same location. Just imagine one big place where you have industries, you have housing, you have production, you have logistics, and then somewhere around there you have nice, affordable housing for
creating new cities.
Creating new cities, basically. Yes. Creating new cities. It's creating a new economy, creating a new city system, and we have made sure of this, that these C2P parks are located at least 15 to 20 kilometers from existing city center deliberately, so that the new Nigeria itself can come from that. It can expand and expand and expand. Before it merges with the existing city, we have moved to the next dimension of the Industrial Revolution.
And by so doing, even create the congestion of those cities.
Exactly.
Cities.
In addition, it also has what economists refer to as agglomeration effect.
Yes.
So you are bringing in the productive capabilities of different industries together. So which is, they say that a whole that is larger than, the sum of its parts.
Exactly.
Synergy.
Yeah, because it makes no sense sometimes when I discuss with friends from who are in the importation business, and they tell you, they bring their goods through Lagos.
Yes.
Yet some of them operate close to the Niger Delta area where you have already existing seaports, and people begin to wonder what is wrong with our country. Why do we have we have long coastal line and
Exactly.
and everything is
It is
congested?
a failure of trade policy through the years that has made everything come to Lagos. Now it's a burden on Lagos. Look at our Papa, how it is a nightmare. But if we had had development that was sensitive to this, all of the production facilities around the Midwest parts of the country are serviced from Warri, Newport's coming up in Akwa Ibom, Port Harcourt is there, all of the service. But somehow, poor trade policy allowed everything to be focused on Lagos. Now this is a burden on Lagos, and it has prevented the development of those parts of the country. So you've got to have spatial development that keys into infrastructure. It's almost like the way Lagos itself developed. It creates dormitory towns. Every morning, everybody wakes up and starts heading into Lagos Island. It's a nightmare. We ought to be able to have places of work close to places of residence. So you can live around Festac and never, unless you want to come and watch a show at TBS, never you can spend 10 years and not get to Lagos Island. And you have a complete life. But that needs to be
So that means the so much talked about Lagos blueprint is not really a blueprint. Because, if I'm in the entertainment business, for instance, and I understand what you're saying, if there was an intentional, very good blueprint, the entertainment industry in Lagos would have exploded. Because the reason no artist in Lagos with a population of almost 20-something million people can do a concert and have up to 6,000 people in attendance is because the venue is on the island.
Yes.
The population is on the mainland.
Yes.
And in between the island and the mainland is gridlock that you can navigate. Then when you come for a concert, you can't go home. So
you raise a very, very important point in all this conversation about economy. Nigeria does not have a 24-hour economy. No. At 7 o'clock, everybody's rushing to get home, and most economies that thrive in rotation. There are people who work from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. There are people who work from entertainment is going on all the time at night. People are look. I once stayed in downtown New York in a Hilton, and I came out at 2 a.m. I'm not kidding.
Yes, sir.
And I thought I was at noon. Human beings were pushing each other like sardine at 2 a.m. And this was not a Saturday night. So we need to create a night economy in this country. It would do so much for employment, for all kinds of things. And these spatial developments have direct bearing to it.
And in agreement with what you just said, because even a 24-hour economy, as practiced in other parts of the world, is what gives rise to youth labor. Because what it means is that undergrads in the university can go to their lectures in the daytime and still have vac jobs in the evenings. Because, our children, those of us who have kids abroad who go to school and combine it with, little jobs here, that is what they depend on to make extra money that sustains them. So, Bongo, you want to come in a little bit?
Yeah, so, this is just a matter of incentive. Like when Prof mentioned, having people move to maybe, you raise the issue of your friends who do business in the Niger Delta and they still have to wait for their containers to arrive from Lagos and all of that. And then meanwhile, there are ports there. So it's just a matter of incentive. Okay, so we can use tax policies to decongest, Lagos and all these congested cities. And then we don't even have too many cities in Nigeria, so to speak. I mean, that fit the bill of cities. I mean, in Lagos, if you've been following the indicators, Lagos appears as one of the most unlivable cities in the world. Okay, so policies, we need incentive. We need tax policy, for instance, to incentivize activities in other sectors. But again, it's one thing to say tax policy, incentives. It requires political will. It's just about political will. And then that is why I think Obi Dati is different from the other competitors, from the other candidates. So when you see him talk, you could see someone who is deliberate, who is intentional. So, and again, economic policy that works is not a fit and start thing. It's something that you start, you see it through, follow it through. And then, so there is always that feedback loop in the system. That is exactly what we do not have in Nigeria. Prof mentioned something earlier when I was listening outside. He was talking about Salai Martin and Subramanian and all of that. There is this other economic thinker, Rosenstein Rodan, the big push policy, the man who proposed the big push. Now, in an economy, we need to understand what we have latent comparative advantages in. And then we have so much of this. And we don't need to activate all our latent comparative advantages. One is even enough. So let's look for those ones that have, or we've identified them, okay, that have huge multiplier impact. So once you do that, then you now have, because it connects to what Dr. Mentioned, once you activate it, now it begins to have the, that effect, multiplier impact on other sectors and pull everything together. You're going to have jobs, you're going to have industrialization. So you don't even need to, begin to give companies money, corporate money and all of that. These things will happen by themselves automatically.
Yeah, you want to add something to it?
In anchoring to that, you see, as it were, we've already found the locations where the C2P parks will be. Even right now. Okay? Based, like I said, based on endowments. And located on very, very important existing trunk infrastructure that will be optimized. We'll just fix them and all of that and get them functioning again. Now, we have already planned what will happen there. So as soon as he hits the office, we're hitting the ground running with immediate site and services for these places. Okay, when you produce sites and services in a raw piece of land, you've taken the value of that land up immediately. So that immediately that is done. Investment, we've already taken that as a document, a COO with investment, title with investment, and then before you know what's happening, we're already building the power plant, the off-grids, the logistic plant, the water system. Okay, and then before you know what's happening, once you put infrastructure on a piece of land, everybody wants to come there and be part of what that future will be like. So it's a system that once you touch with that site and services,
it sparks.
It's a spark. Auto-catalyzed.
It's a spark.
And, talking about this and the example that I was giving about flying to Port Harcourt every time I'm feeling so pained. Paul Collier, Professor Collier at Oxford, is one of the leading authorities in this whole new area of ocean-facing cities. He gave the CBN annual lecture here in Lagos in 2017, and the then governor of Lagos, Ambode, was listening to him and was so excited by the things he was talking about ocean-facing cities that he invited him back to give the 50th anniversary lecture for Lagos State that same year, May of 2017. One of the things that Collier says, which I keep thinking about, the possibilities of ocean-facing cities when you look at that long coastline. We just go down a little to Ondo.
Yes.
Ondo has the longest coastline in our country.
Yes.
You build one port in Ondo, create one new city there.
Yes.
You are amazed at what we fail to see in our country, and we allow poverty because of lack of.
Prof, that's exactly the
thoughtfulness.
South Korean model. If you go to Seoul, for instance, you will see Hyundai, LG, all the big South Korean conglomerates. They're all lined up
On the coast.
On the coast.
Yeah. All of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, you know the interesting thing about South Korea? They do not have independent custom that is somewhere. Okay, the customs are nested within these
The
complex.
complex,
Sure.
the infrastructure.
Right? So when Hyundai, for instance, produces, they do not have to wait to ferry their products
another
to the
location
port,
or
another port. No, it's from
right
there.
there.
From there it's
Right there.
it's exported.
Yes, right there.
So we had the World Bank presented their stuff the other day at the book or reports they recently completed at Albius. And then there was this conversation, and then talking about Indonesia. Okay, when Indonesia has all the features like Nigeria today, but in just 10 years, in a decade, Indonesia has transformed their destiny, has become a sustainable middle class, middle income economy. This happened in 10 years. 10 years ago, we actually had better statistics than Indonesia. I'm just talking about 10 years ago. That's 2013, 2012. But within that period, now don't forget about Indonesia. When you talk about crony capitalism,
yes,
Indonesia is a poster child for crony capitalism. Suharto. Now, when they decided to transform the economy, what did they now started to drive market-driven competitive policies in the system. Just something similar to what you're talking about.
Thank you
now,
very much.
the another thing they did was to liberalize the customs. Customs now, it was privatized. And once that happened, the Indonesian economy
even before all of this happened, Peter Lewis at SAIS, a friend of mine, wrote the book titled Growing Apart. It was a comparison of Nigeria and Indonesia. 40 years ago, people used to say to Indonesia, won't you just be like Nigeria?
Yes.
Today they say to Nigeria, can't you be like Indonesia?
In closing, Doctor, is there anything you want to add?
I want to just add that these C2P parks will be built on innovation, will be at the center of it. Innovation hubs. It's a thing of the youths of tomorrow. And then around concentric rings around innovation will be this development. And then at the back of it will be the ability to export from the spot there. You don't have to ferry your goods to Lagos or to Port Harcourt. Right there, there's a logistics system that puts you international, okay, right on the spot. You sell your goods on all international markets.
Fantastic.
And location has been picked. As soon as Mr. Peter Obi gets into office, site and services hit the road.
Thank you very much. You want closing?
So,
2 seconds?
That's the export-driven economy. That is it. There is no economy today that growing in the world. China, Singapore, India, right? Either they're exporting services or they're exporting goods and goods. So, or combination thereof.
Basically, you must be selling something.
Moving from consumption to export-driven production.
Thank you very much, Professor Bongo Adi. Thank you very much, Dr. Peter Gada. Of course, Professor Pat, you're still here with me. You're not going anywhere. You're not going anywhere. All right, and that's an economy. Is it not exciting to hear the team that put together, parts of the manifesto here, hearing from them, knowing what is to come? I'm getting excited already because we know how many million youths are out of job. And with the ideas that I'm hearing is music to my ear. All right, thank you very much, gentlemen, for contributing. Don't go anywhere. We'll take a break. And when we come back, we'll come back with something different.
Record. Are you obedient? I am obedient. Are you obedient?
We are obedient. Now my president you be. Me I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load. No. Not the person where we need. If you want better tomorrow.
In a country with a per capita income of $2,000, people are paying $100 million to run for office. But in America, where we learned it from, with a per capita of $75,000, almost $70,000, you don't pay $5,000 to run for office. But here, 100 million is $200,000. So they've raised the bar of entry because it's become a criminal organization.
Dear Obedience, the Obi Dati campaign believes that good things happen when we all come together for our common good. Your kind contribution to the campaign now will herald honest and competent leadership to secure Nigeria, end banditry and insurgents, unite our country. Will you contribute? Donate now any amount of your choice into the Big Tent bank account, FCMB 9450000012. It's motivated people like you that will make the new Nigeria of our dreams possible. Thank you.
I will do it differently. Nigerians will know the reason for borrowing. And it must be borrowed for production. Nobody will spend a kobo or a dollar of borrowed money for consumption. Instead, we will all starve. That's why I told everybody, I've said, there's nothing to see again. No. We must rebuild this country for the future of our children.
Dear Obedient, 89% of Nigerians think the country is heading in the wrong direction, according to Afrobarometer. You can help change this narrative by supporting the Obi Dati candidacy with your financial support now. Donate now any amount of your choice into the Big Tent bank account, FCMB 9450000012. We can't do this without you. Thank you.
Attention, please. 3, 2, 1, go.
We must change the managers of Nigeria. Every part of Nigeria is important to us. People are dying. It's a crisis. And the only people that can stop that crisis is you. We need to take it back. We have no other.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient?
Now my president, you think we are obedient. We don't want to load.
For a better Nigeria, we have decided that we will renew our nation.
We are
not only on social media, we are everywhere. Confidence are everywhere.
Is it that you are obedient or not?
I want better tomorrow. We know what to not the person will be.
Our mission is to make Lagos State 100% obedient Lagos. For sure.
We are not Igbo, we are not Yoruba.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient?
Now my president, you think we
still the Obidati Global Fundraising Telethon, and just like Oke said, we will be bringing you something different. And before then, in case you're just tuning in, we were talking about economy, and we had a wonderful panel analyze, sensitize, and create awareness for everything we need to do for a better Nigeria. Right about now, it is Funny Bone.
Welcome. It's good to be here today. I just got tired of funny bone, you've added weight. Funny bone, see your belly. Funny bone, see your neck. My neck won't be before. It's a sign that we're looking forward to a better Nigeria. So my neck is rehearsing for the goodness it will enjoy when things work in place. Because this country, before, pot belly na good value. But now pot belly be like cost. Because you don't know who swallow community money for him belly when take the waka. Yeah. Having said that, I'm happy to be here today. It feels good. It feels, refreshing. That young people like me and you, young people, like the ones here in the studio, If you're home and you're not this young, follow for this young, that where, in the process, building a better, country for me and you. And this better country, it go touch every sector. You go touch those for mainland, for Lagos, those for Ireland. You go touch the guests for Lekki. You go touch the guests for Yaba. The pricing, mostly the price of Wivon. How can you sell 1 wig? 2 million. How much is my destiny? How can a girl carry 2 million on her head and be walking around and you want a better Nigeria? You are wicked. Put that wig down so Nigeria can move with the load off your head. This Naira policy, I like the way governments take the, go on with urgency, and then these are the things where I would like a PO address. They try, curtail them, checkmate the Naira thing. And I ask myself, and I ask you too, ASU, they strike for good 7 months. Which urgency ASU strike get? Then negotiate for 7 months. Finally, ASU can say, no, just start school. But another policy, 2 weeks, because it affects up and down, but it affects more of up. Then they don't define ways to arrange them for me and you. Now, this go serve as eye-opener. Say, this election, when they come, so, use your eye. They vote. No, use your head, though. Use your head, feet, sleep, go. But your eye go see. Use your eye. Take vote and open your eyes well to see well. So, I'm a huge fan of Peter. Peter was my governor for 8 years in Anambra State. Generally, there's a mindset that Uncle Peter is very stingy. They give. Not lie. He don't give you before. He don't give you before. Uncle Peter they give anybody anything. And I remember when me and I flew airpiece with Peter Obi sometime last 2 months ago. And in the economy, I did next to them. No, I did business. In pass me go economy. Out of shame, I said, your SNS no free day back. My day front. I leave business. Go join them for economy because I did very humble. The plane take off. So as in the plane, people they hail him, Your Excellency. As we take off, I they hail him, Your Excellency. He dey answer me. Nah, Kedo. I say, I'm fine, sir. Your Excellency. How are you? I say, I'm fine, sir. Rain can't dey fall as before we land Abuja. And if you know thunder, Abuja thunder, it sound like DJ with the learn work. That's Abuja thunder like so the plane no come fit land well. Actually, we no fit land. So they brought us back to Lagos. True story. But before we land, the plane they shake. So I turn again. I hail Uncle Pio. Your Excellency. Nine say. I say okay. So now when we land Lagos, they can say if you go continue the journey, stay for plane. If not, disembark, make those way go. So as I carry my bag again, now I hail him again. Your Excellency, I ain't coming. Nah, yeah. I went close. He can't tell me. I know we want a better Nigeria. But you see, once we're on the ground, I am Your Excellency. Once we take off and we're in the air, God is your only excellency. God is the excellency. I said, okay. And if you watch Nollywood films, well, there's this new film now trending. It's on YouTube. It's called Peter Obi. Yul Edochie was paid to reenact Peter Obi. Awesome movie, very funny. Character well, interpreted. You would love it. But Nigerians, mostly the ones online, they don't have conscience. So I saw, where they reviewed the film, and you could see comments online. Yul Edochie killed his character. Yul Edochie, fantastic actor. Yul Edochie has done it again. Oscar award loading. One family enemy of Yul Edochie, who is also online. Nigerians online, they don't have conscience. And you will get issues where you know third people before you go do the Peter role. Go right. Now what? Good acting, sha. But Peter Obi no marry second wife now. Say Nigerians, who send them go the open waiting they know suppose open for you Edochie life? Yeah. But ladies and gentlemen, when Peter was governor, when Uncle Peter was governor, I remember meeting him at the lounge, in the past lounge. No, saying the lounge, in the past, and I saw him do and they passed the lounge. So I was drinking champagne that somebody bought for me, and I shouted, "Your Excellency, Chora is something. That is, give us something." He now looked at me. "I should give you something. What are you drinking?" I said, "It's champagne." "That champagne is 150,000 a bottle." He brought out his phone to press. "If you drink this champagne every week 4 times, 150 times 4 is how much?" I say 5 something. "Good. Multiply 5 something times 12. That's how many?" I say about 6 million. "Multiply 6 million times 4 years. It's how many?" I say about 12 million. "If I use 12 million, I will build 14 primary school blocks in Anambra State." I say, "Your Excellency, no give me again. Go. It's okay. It's okay." But ladies and gentlemen, that's a man. That's Peter Obi. Thank you for the time. God bless you. Good night.
All right, Funny Bone, thank you so very much. That was quite hilarious. And please, all of the 2 million you are sharing to procure here, just send it to the Big Tent account. If you're a Nigerian, send it to FCMB account. And if you're a Nigerian in the diaspora, also send it to the NigerWeCan.org. Just go there, you see the scan and you see the barcode, and then just scan all you have to give. You can customize your contributions, just like we said earlier. This is still the final push of the Obidati Global Fundraising Telethon. It's been so much information that we have been sharing here, and I'm sure you have been staying tuned to take notes of all of this. Right about now, we will be going to discussion on health, and we have on standby on Zoom Loretta, who will be moderating this panel session alongside our health practitioners.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient?
Now my president you be, me I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load, no. Now the person wey we need, if you want better tomorrow, no go vote to load, no.
the front line. Put you one mind, oh, make we unite, oh, do the right thing, do the right thing. Situation don't they get a CB. My brother, sister, get your BBC. Make we unite, make we vote you be. Now my president, you be. Me, I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load, no, no. Not the person will be. If you want better tomorrow, no go vote to load, no, no. If you don't want to be, it means say you don't want to be. Me, I go vote to you be.
Hello, everyone. Can we hear me?
Okay, we can hear you. Please go on. Loretta, we can hear you. Please go on.
Ana son ci gaban Najeriya a zaba Peter Obi.
Fún ìlọsíwájú orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà, dìbò fún Pétérù Obi.
Maka ọdịmma Nàìjíríà, ka anyị tụnyere nụ Peter Obi.
Vote Peter Obi. Vote Peter Obi. Vote Peter Obi. Vote Peter Obi.
Excellent. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Nigerians and friends of Nigerians across the world. We don't come again, the healthcare team. And my name still remains Loretta Oduware Ogbo Oko. Today, we are here, Gidigba. We won't come talk to the healthcare policy of Obi Dati team. That means the government, after this one, when we did so, when Peter Obi and Oga Dati come on, waiting they get in plan, in waiting for those 133 million poor, multidimensionally poor Nigerians everywhere for the world. Now, I dey hear say even Plus TV, they tell us, say, now 30 minutes they won't give us for this healthcare session. Oh boy, that one not go join at all. Because every single Nigerian patient is worth it. If anybody there collapse now, we need good healthcare structures. Even though we get power, anything where they act so rock, if we not get good hospital, it never complete. And Obi Dati, know that one. So with your permission, Plus TV, and with the permissions of Nigerians across the world, and with the permissions of friends of Nigerians that wish Nigeria well, we're actually going to take our 1 hour because every single Nigerian patient is worth it. So today, we want to discuss health as a panel. And we have Nigerians from across the board, everywhere in the healthcare sector. Healthcare system is not only doctors. It's not only pharmacists. Here we have pharmacists, doctors, nurses, porters. And today, no less professionals than people like Izemia Okoje, obstetrician and gynecologist, a BMA representative. We have Seun Sowemimo, somebody who is a fantastic bariatric surgeon and holds his own even in the film industry. Have you ever heard of Milkmaid? Go and check it out. Emmanuel Emiasoba is there. Emmanuel is an internal physician with special interest in cardiological health. My dear, anything will concern your heart, now this man is supposed hold. And of course, we have our own Henry King, Henry Okodato, aka the first man who decided that as a doctor, he wants to be a comedian. And the first comedian to officially be a doctor. This man has traversed Nigeria, Warri, TNT, UK, name it. Primary healthcare to tertiary healthcare, the man did there. Comedio, he did there. And then I have Sister and Lady H, Henrietta Uku. This is a woman who has spent 30 years in Big Pharma. An internal physician and a public health expert. She's also an author. And of course, the man who has worked day and night with me, the man who tells me that you can't sleep, oh, this thing must happen, talking to Nigerians everywhere on the globe about healthcare. Ifeanyi Justin Okeke, a pharmacist, an academic. In fact, the man titles, there are too many. I can go on and the whole day we end, but we don't have that time. And of course, we have the CNS, the man who has decided that after getting all the training in the United Kingdom, he needs to do what we call brain gain, reverse brain drain. And he has been in Nigeria now for over 6 years, a consultant neurosurgeon with endoscopic and complex spine and complex brain skills, putting Nigeria on the map. Then we have our own very special brother, a man who has worked in the community. When you say community, door to door, community health extension worker. And then this man said, no, I will not stop there. He went on to become a nurse. And today, he is a peri-op nurse, working with some of the best minds in Nigeria. I want to join me welcoming these people. And then we are going to bring home case scenarios that we can all relate with, that will take us through the 7 pillars of Obidati's healthcare plan. And I'm going to call on Izeme Okoje. Oh yeah, Izeme, you get the floor. Nigerians are waiting for you.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. So, Peter Obi campaign, always talking on and on about the 7 pillars they're going to work on and how human capital development is important. So, to streamline that, human capital development is made up of education and health. So from the health side of things, we're going to take a microscopic look to examine what the policy has or holds for us as a nation. So we're going to dissect this using case-based scenarios like like Loretta. Excuse me, we don't want to be called doctor here because we are all Nigerians. So Loretta said before, so I will be sharing my screen so you can see. I'll go straight into the first scenario. Okay, everyone, can you see my slides?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. So the first case scenario is a 54-year-old farmer of Buhari origin in the Abuja axis of Nigeria went to the farm about 6 a.m. in the morning to start his subsistence farming for the day. Unfortunately, while on his yam farm, and just as a long day was ending, he felt a sharp pain and called out to his wife, who had accompanied him to the farm that day. So upon realizing it was a snake bite, the brave woman sought for and was able to kill the snake with her cutlass. She then rushed her husband to the nearest healthcare center as he had started feeling weak and faint. On arrival at the twilight, there was no doctor at the primary healthcare center. The overnight nurse on duty put an oxygen mask on him and told the wife that she will inform the doctor about the presence of the patient when he arrived in the morning. The wife, in a bid to adjust the oxygen mask, realized that there was nothing flowing out of it. She pointed this out to the nurse, who took a second look at the cylinder and concluded that it had either run out of oxygen or something was wrong with the dispensing mechanism. Doctor and comedian Henry Odaso. Regarding the healthcare and healthcare capacity and resources pillar, what sort of manpower availability can you speak to in this case scenario?
Thank you very much, my dear sister Isaac. Nigerians, now well done. First of all, English, the first they confuse us inside this country. Where did the subsistence? My people, just simply mean say now the thing when the matter they also they shop every day. As in every day they go hustle. They got to say now twilight. That twilight, leave twilight. The man they brought the man go hospital. Snake bite for Nigeria. Because say manpower not really day. I don't work as our sister Loretta Tokam. I don't work for primary healthcare, work for tertiary, I work for Delta State government. Well, I think name of the villages there and the towns they have for work. I constantly do the residency for UBTH. So the 3 tiers of government, of hospital I work for inside. Wetin you dey find for most of this kind of case, wetin you dey see most of the time, be say, because say manpower no dey. I'm not say manpower no dey alone, no. You go reach that hospital now, you dey not get antivenom for the snake. Now make you dey see some of them, those village people, they'll go dey suck, the wound where it as you hear snake, now snake bite, they don't put pipe, they use their mouth till they suck them. No knowing say as they suck that thing, they come out, they suck poison they put for their body too. So to cut big story short, manpower now World Cup for Nigeria, etc. You know, say World Cup now be the highest for football. Then medications, they're not there than a Champions League.
Okay, so Dr. Comedian, we will talk about those other aspects. So in other words, manpower is not available.
Not there at all. And then they come with policies. The government they come with plenty policy. Today they bamboozle the people and they don't say manpower not there.
Yeah.
Exactly. And those policies not the effective.
All right. So, Loretta, do you think this nurse realized the need for urgency in this case?
It's a good thing we are using a scenario close to home like this. And this is what the Obidati team is trying to do with healthcare and trying to stop. Clearly, you had a staff that did not have capacity in terms of skills, capacity in terms of knowledge. That staff did not understand the urgency of snake bite, did not immobilize the leg, and did not even know how to refer. The oxygen wasn't working, and she was saying the next morning, for goodness sake, snake bite person, the person got a faint. You'll get a set till tomorrow. No, this is what we need to stop. And Obidati has said that we must improve human capacity and resource for healthcare. Now we say we know say we not get many doctors enough, but what we will do, we will think in a Nigerian manner. How will take care of the over 200 million people where we get? Now, one thing we they call tax shifting and tax sharing. Now we say we go come begin, they turn our nurses then to get people where is sabi what that they do. We are going to train them, standardize them, even the traditional vet attendants and the queue. So that when person come there, they'll say, this is urgent, this is what I do, and this is how I'm going to refer to the nearest place. This is one of the big pillars out of the 7 of the Obidati manifesto. Speaking to this case in time.
Thank you very much.
Make not verse eyes there, make I just chook some more mouth for them.
Okay.
You know they talk say healthcare. Native doctors and tradomedical too. They need to incorporate them. Join with Loretta don't talk so.
So we are also kind of educate people on the basic needs for first aid in this sort of scenario. It's very common in Nigeria. I particularly don't like anything that creeps or crawls. So I have a big phobia for snakes. So you can imagine what if you don't know what to do in that sort of situation, you panic, you are at risk of so many things. And in this particular case, this poor farmer is not only at risk of dying from snake bites, he's at risk of dying from insecurity from the situation in the nation. He's also at risk of dying from the corrupt practices going on and the sharp practices going on in the healthcare industry. So on that note, I'm going to call on Douglas. What can you speak to regarding service delivery in terms of equipment or equipping healthcare?
Oh, I think, can everybody hear me very well?
Yep, you're good.
Yeah, so I think the key thing we should remember here from a policy point of view, Obidati's policy point of view, is that for a very long time, governments in Nigeria have not interfaced with people. The people too far from government.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, say you get this 133 million people when multidimensionally poor, and that multidimensional poverty means say they not get access to basic education, they not get access to basic health. You get one ubonge big this is what they call sustainable development goals. If you look those goals, about 17 of them there. Number 3 now actually healthcare. Number 4, education. So healthcare, they're very, very important. One of the things where they're very weak for our healthcare system, now the primary healthcare system, which is the basic healthcare system. So if you look this man where they work for farms, so West Big Vital, where he goes so now the primary healthcare system, across Nigeria, across the 774 local governments for Nigeria, they're almost non-existent. You go see buildings and stuff when they work. Now, when did the obey that policy they talk? They say they go really invest well for two key things. Number one, the service delivery. Service delivery in terms of say, when you actually enter any small place, say in a primary healthcare center, they go get everything what they need in terms of key thing, like you rightly said, Isaac, the human resource for health. And Loretta will talk good for the matter just now. When she talk about, we say, if you look the population of Nigeria, 215 million people, roughly, and so, and you say you want to deliver care to these people, the about 40,000 doctors were in Nigeria, not there enough at all. Because if they look things like WHO standard, where they say one doctor to 600 patients, you don't go fit. So you now need to use this extra sense. Tell us, okay, how will come to deliver healthcare to these people? How will they provide service when they talk about Isaac to these people? So one of these what they don't talk, some of these what lawyers don't talk to say, you will look like the one particular cadre of healthcare workers. Say this cadre of healthcare workers, we go big them up, we'll give them extra training. They will come sabi. Those people that for this man who will enter that place, when they bite, so they go feel respond well. You go train them in such a way, they will get the capacity, they will get the knowledge, and you go regulate them well. Because one of these people they fear, they say, if you put these people, maybe they do some level where, like say they take some work for doctor, they feel something they misbehave or they misdiagnose people, they do this. But you go check them, you go make sure, say, what they call regulation, say they're strong well. But be big or even where they use sometimes robust accountability mechanisms. Okay, to make sure say that they ban. Now so you will take, and now so they will be dirty governments when they come in. Now so they want to improve the services, especially for that primary healthcare where this farmer goes to. I will stop there for now.
Okay, so you can see from the policy document, the action plan for healthcare service delivery in the OBDATI regime, I would say, will be a focus on primary healthcare, solid infrastructure investment, i.e. renovation and maintenance. They're not interested in building new fantastic buildings that will crumble in the next, how many years or the next dispensation. And it's pretty, because we love pretty things in Nigeria, but we have a very poor maintenance culture. And also,
if you could permit me just for a few seconds, we can add join Dr. Douglas. Douglas don't talk so. Another thing when they say it happen for those they not get equipment. If you see primary health care for abroad, if you reach there, to seek or hungry you.
Yeah.
But if you come our primary health care, equipment not there. And apart from say the most people manage get more equipment, they know they do retraining, they train them again, they update them. And I believe say now waiting Obi Dati could do because their experience and the kind of sense where they don't get about the leadership, it go help Nigeria.
Absolutely. That brings me to the hardware procurement side of the policy and workforce optimization. Now, I'm going to call on you, Sheil, and I'm going to ask you a question about what's it called now? The use of healthcare information systems in this case scenario. What would be your advice regarding how we can optimize care or make sure we deliver the safest care to these patients and millions and thousands of other farmers who are Nigeria's workforce actually and food basket generators?
Okay, thank you very much for bringing me into this scenario. The first thing I wanted to note was that as we were talking about manpower in the first instance, now women get the power inside this story. Because now woman get power, kill that snake.
I tell you.
3 men self, man. Anyway, make we leave that matter. But now woman get power, kill that snake, and now not stay the center of this story.
Yes.
So where healthcare information systems and management enter and be saying, I see say Obidati have a plan to leverage the resources that we have in the diaspora in terms of doctors, right? To use to help our healthcare system in Nigeria. Even here where I did for New Jersey, the biggest healthcare information management system that then they use, 1/3 of the workforce are Nigerians.
Imagine.
We think that one, right? So using healthcare information systems where them fit apply to the basis level, where we say your paka cell phone, not be like a fancy one like this where we get fit operate with them. That nurse can have the information she need to administer first aid to that farmer.
Absolutely.
That nurse can have pictures of the kind venomous snakes where them be. We be say she won't even need to be carrying that snake. They carry and go health center. She go get those pictures on top that phone to identify, the kind of venom we go there. They fit leverage even those health information systems to map out the areas where those snakes then they localize, so that then go stock the kind antivenom where they needed for those snakes in those
very important.
Very important.
Very important.
Healthcare centers that they there.
Be like say you go thief work from Lady H, but I wanted to call Lady H to talk more about vaccine and OKK as well. We'll talk more about vaccines and medicines regarding the policy of the Obidati campaign.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Loud and clear.
Good. Thank you, Azien and Loretta and all of the speakers so far. The Obidati campaign and manifesto has 7 core pillars in the health policy, as you know. And speaking on the medicines, vaccines section, as already mentioned, the anti-venom is critical. And we have many different types based on the different snakes. And in most instances, we use the polyspecific freeze-dried type or the liquid type, which requires refrigeration. So when you think about these 2 options, we don't even have sustainable or sustained electricity or power for these primary care centers. So in the Obidati campaign and manifesto, equipping and resourcing the medical centers, the primary care centers appropriately is certainly a principal aspect of the policy or the healthcare approach and the healthcare campaign. So when we think about these patients, there were some immediate steps that needed to have been taken, like immobilizing the joint or the section where he sustained the snake bite, lowering it. And these all require education, bringing a level of awareness, educating, mapping out, as you mentioned earlier, those areas where we have the prevalence of snake bites, riverine areas, swampy areas, tropical areas or the jungles where people work, or in the farm, and ensure that there are health fairs educating the general population there on snakes and how to take immediate care. And then to the point that has already been made around information technology, how do we get them transported from such interplaces to primary care centers and having those primary care centers appropriately equipped and the nurses trained to know when to escalate and to administer some of the immediate therapies that we have available to us. So I think that the healthcare policies that are being put forward will actually address many of these from both the leadership and governance as well as availability of the medicines and equipments needed.
So the policy is going to be looking at points for action, looking into production, the management and sustaining the production, and also regulating the production. So people are not producing fake or substandard antivenom or other products that require production in Nigeria. So that's the NAFDAC has to make sure they are on their ball and they're doing the right thing. Coming to you, Ifeanyi, I'm just going to stop sharing for a second so we can see you. What are your takes, or what else do you want to add to that regarding what Lady H just said? Have I got Ifeanyi Okeke on?
Yes, I think he needs to be unmuted. Can we unmute him, please?
Okay, good evening. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Oh,
yes. We can now.
Okay, great. Good evening, everybody. And I want to thank my sister Henrietta, who has already talked about the anti-snake vaccine.
Yeah.
But I want to add that Obidati concept of from consumption to production is what the team is bringing to the table.
Absolutely.
I want to inform you that the concept of essential drug It's about producing safe, affordable, effective, and quality products, drugs in Nigeria. So I want to also give you information that Nigeria was producing vaccines before. In Yaba, federal production, Yaba here. From 1940,
absolutely.
From 1940 to 1991, we were producing our yellow fever, we were producing our anti-rabies vaccine, not just for consumption in Nigeria, but also for distribution to other African countries. So what went wrong? So Bidati is saying we're going to produce our vaccines locally. And one of the advantages for that man that came in with a bite, do you believe that I have to go to India to get vaccine to give him? What if there is supply chain disruption, like the type we had during the COVID era? That means the man will die.
Exactly.
So we need to produce our vaccine locally, and we have the capacity. Obidati team is bringing that to the table. Not just anti-snake venom, malaria vaccine for childhood diseases, the diphtheria, pertussis, tetanus, polio, Haemophilus influenza type B vaccine, and also HPV vaccine. There's so many of them.
And what about COVID? The COVID
that is bringing to the table. Local operation of that.
I said, I bet if you know
And
my
also COVID vaccine.
Yeah.
COVID vaccine. Yes, COVID vaccine. Let me tell you, during the COVID time, Nigeria lost opportunity of benefiting from 1.2 billion euro of EU because we did not have our local capacity. Some of those funds went to Ghana, Senegal, even South Africa. South Africa is boasting of about 3 vaccine companies now producing. Ghana here is one of Senegal. So Nigeria, we are big, but we have to bounce back. Obidati has done it before. Obi has done it in Anambra State. Obidati is going to even do more.
Absolutely.
To make the primary care, secondary care work. That's all I have to add for now.
Thank you. And Harry, just cutting to you, there's something you wanted to say.
Yes. Not the only vaccine that Nigeria don't produce. There was a time that the Russian president, if I still remember, Yeltsin Boris, he get heart problem. Nigeria give that man heart. I joined the team when he go Russia go visit the man. We tell him say make he not go anywhere, go take treatment. We say we get heart to give him. True, we give him heart for Nigeria. Immediately, yeah, who?
I say who you kill, collect the heart. So
no, now immediately we brought him to Nigeria. We first of all go hospitalize her for Katsina State. Katsina State are the home of hospitality. From then I will carry and go Delta because Delta might be the big heart of the state. We can't give a heart for them, but the heart not the beat. So they will carry and those they can't make the heart they beat. The heart was beating, but it was not working in an excellent condition. Now we carry enter Lagos. Lagos come make and they work in.
You know say Delta but they carry last.
By the time they finish giving the heart of the work finish, yes, in Boris and the team were very happy. They say, okay, we're the one shop. Now we can't go Benue State, the food basket of the nation. They eat finish, they say they want bath. We carry the entire Kogi State. The complex state where 2 rivers for me. Now so they jump inside river, bath. When they finish, they say, okay, where they want sleep. We say Anambra State Day, home for all. From there, they come say they by the next morning when they wake up, they shook up for pocket. They say they not get money. We say they not worry. Nigeria get money. Nigeria is blessed. We carry the entire river state, the treasure base of the nation. The Boris and the team, we give them money finish. They say they won't go. But Boris say no. Say we must do something for all Nigerians. For this happen, we give them so. Say, but we go for do party for us. Now we say, no worry now. We get Center of Unity for Abuja. He go gather everybody. The man was so pleased. As he was going, say when one pass go. Now we take and go Ogun State, the gateway state. Now they pass go us. So that past glory, when we get, that team will bring that comeback.
Absolutely.
That will bring that comeback.
Get ourselves.
Absolutely. We do plenty things.
And you know, it's not just that. There's also national pride, because even those of us in diaspora, when you see the way people are mistreated, even professionals are mistreated and treated like they're just common migrants, it's very heartbreaking. And you know, you just think if my nation was stable, this wouldn't be happening. You know, I mean, they can't treat a man from Switzerland that way or someone from Sweden that way who's working in the UK, for example. There's a degree of respect. So we need to get our national pride back. So I'm just going to give you some fun facts before we go on to the next scenario, which we will discuss quite rapidly. So WHO recommends that for managing snake bites, it's a category of care which is regarded as neglected in the public health sector. They want to aim to drop the incidence by 50% because so far about 81,000 to 140,000 people die globally. And in Nigeria setting, it's about 500 people per 100,000. So that's like 1 in 200 people suffering from snake bites in Nigeria. And those who suffer morbidity, as in suffer long-term consequences, including post-traumatic stress disorder, about another 400,000. So it's actually quite important. And like Lady H had mentioned about immobilizing, so you put pressure, immobilize, rush the person, give first aid on the site by immobilizing and putting pressure, take the person to the urgent care center or treatment center, and along with that.
Can I just add something to that, Isaac? And I think another key thing is that if you look at the incidence of snake bites, it's actually around the food basket of Nigeria. It's actually in the savannah region of Nigeria. So that's really, really important because one of the key things that you'll be that is looking at is really pushing agriculture. So that's it's really important that we actually look.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient?
Now my president you be, me I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load, no. Not the person where we need. If you want better tomorrow.
Yes, thank you very much for staying with us up till now. And we are doing our best to make it issue-based and at the same time entertaining for all of you watching from wherever you are on the planet. Okay, it's still the Global Fundraising Telethon. Now we are about to talk about a topic that is very close to my heart. We're going to talk about a sector that has the potential to, offer Nigeria much more youth labor than any other sector, except maybe for agriculture. All right, or you already know the sector that I'm talking about. I'm talking about the entertainment industry. It is the one industry in Nigeria that practitioners on their own have nurtured to a place where it has become the third fastest growing in the world. I mean, see the advancements of Nollywood. See how the Nigerian music industry has changed how Nigeria is seen across the globe. Our people are beginning to win Grammy Awards and artists are beginning to get recognition all over the world. But back here at home, where are the incentives? Where is the enabling environment for them to flourish here at home? And most times when you look at our artists that are doing very, very well overseas, yes, there may be talents from Nigeria, but it is that influence overseas that has helped them achieve the kind of success that we are talking about. So on the panel with me now, we have some players in the industry. I have on the panel Acapella. Acapella is a comedian, an actor, and a fantastic singer as well when he chooses to. I have Rugged Man. Rugged Man is a musician. Once in a while, he shows his face in other things. He's also an on-air personality. We have Ime Bishop, aka Okon Lagos. You already know him, a comedian, fantastic actor, and a man who has also had a small stint on the political side of the divide. Of course, I've been your co-host all evening. My name is Oke Bakasi, anyways, and these are all my friends. So, gentlemen, our sector, we have seen administration over administration. We have seen how much the youth of this country have been neglected, in terms of planning. It looks like the country has been designed for a few privileged individuals to the detriment of all the other creative, young-minded people who can bring a lot of energy to the economy. All right? And here on the program today, just to, fill you in a little on some of the things that we've talked about, we've had people who drafted the manifesto come here to talk about industrial clusters that are in the manifesto. They're talking about development areas where you have tech industries developing alongside other sectors of the economy, everything geared towards moving us from production, consumption to production. All right, they've talked about what they're going to do in the power sector, to turn things around. The entertainment industry, what do we need that the Obi-Dati movement can do differently from what has been done? Let me start with Okon.
Well, what can be done? A lot can be done.
Okay.
A lot can be done. The entertainment industry is a bit multifaceted.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. We have the genre of arts spanning from music, to teledrama.
A long list. If you begin to reel out all the list, I mean, it's long.
But the most outstanding, the most arguably prominent of all of them is the movies
and music.
And the music, stand-up comedy, And now we have how do I put it? The skit making.
I can put all that on the acting and whatever.
Yes.
So, what do you guys need? Not like I'm not part of it.
Okay.
Not of it. I'm part of you people.
Yes.
But what do you guys need?
You see, we need funding.
Okay.
We need basic funding.
Yeah.
Funding can be. Cash is not only the only source of money or the only form of money.
Okay.
Yeah. We need fiscal funding, and also funding by way of putting things in place. Infrastructures.
Intervention
in place.
Okay, I'll leave you there so that you can digest properly and find your where, because I'm going to ask you. Everybody needs funding, actually. Everybody needs funding.
Effective, not just funding. Effective funding.
Good.
Yes.
I'll come back to you on that aspect. But let me go to the music guy. Let me go to Rugged Man. Rugged Man, you've been in the music industry for a very long time. All right. So, if you were to be part of the team that contributed to the Obi-Dati manifesto, and you had to put things in it, all right, seeing where we are and how things have not gone well, what are the areas where you think, okay, you guys touch up here,
I'd say, this one word that's always been out there for ages now has always been copyright. Copyright. If I remember correctly, I'm a member of the executives for the Performing Musicians Employers Association of Nigeria, which is PMAN, and I know one of the things on ground is the fact that Nigeria loses over 15 trillion to piracy every year.
Wow,
that is a fact, not play. And this is something we've learned like 3 years ago. And if I remember correctly, when did Nigeria's budget finally get to $1 trillion? Now imagine if we were like saving that money for the country. Imagine what it would do to our budget and to the economy. But apart from piracy, we also need the government to look into telcos and the likes who actually use not just musicians' intellectual property, but also movies, and pay us way less than we're supposed to get. Because right now, the sharing formula is telcos are getting 70%, entertainers, content creators are getting 30%, which is not supposed to be anywhere in this world. But that's what's happening in Nigeria. So that's part of what I would want the government to look into and reverse that.
Okay, still have that, be processing that further, because I'm going to also ask questions. I want to go to a cappella.
I want to also expand on what Rugged Man has said. It's so heartbreaking that you will see that we do the same thing that other people do. I'll give you an instance. Facebook, YouTube, like royalty protection, for instance. There's something that they call the RPM. Like he said, they share 70-30. And so the RPM means that per view, I make so, and so. If you look it through Nigeria and other parts of the world, so maybe somebody in US is getting $1.10. We are getting 0.001. So somebody from USA can get 100,000 views and make, for instance, $3,000. You can get 3 million views and you don't have $500.
And why? Why is it so?
Okay, so I think
because is it that the government will be the one to say to these people, because that's private business anyways, is it that we get our legislators to put in place measures that will make anybody who is practicing in this space to look at whatever you're doing elsewhere, what is good for the Jews, like we say, is good for Uganda. So whatever you're...
Add there with specific reference, or with all due respect.
Yes.
Before I look at it.
I think for me, I want the government to put either have a policy that actually makes sure that Nigerian creative content creators get paid the same as the American and the British.
Because content is content.
Yes, because content is content. But and as we speak, even the ones getting the 0.00 are getting it because they have people acting as agents between them. And YouTube.
Nigeria is not even eligible.
Nigeria is not eligible.
Nigeria
But brotherly, who are the people who make content go viral the most in this world?
Nigerians, yes.
You understand? So, but we get paid less. So that is one of the major things I would like.
Yeah, and part of it is, I think, because, they look at the body language of your government. They are not even serious. If people can ban Twitter, and other platforms that are helping the youths, project their potential and make money, and ban it for no good reason, for like forever, then why do you expect owners of those platforms to now begin to reward your people when the body language of your government shows, you people, we don't even care about you guys.
Another one, cable.
Yeah.
Cable.
The cable TV.
Cable TV.
Yeah.
Let me not mention name because they're not paying us. They're not paid for it, but unless they contribute immensely to this fundraiser, then I'll mention the name. But let me not mention the name.
Yeah.
Now, there's a certain cable company that increases their tariffs at will in Nigeria.
It's like mood swings.
And in their own, but in their own country, when you subscribe for 1 month, you can pause your subscription and travel for a year, come back and resume. That same 1 month. But in Nigeria, if you like, light day, light no day, you day house, deal.
Rain just like
reading.
for every
He's reading and he go. So we need the government to check all this and let the people outside, let foreigners respect us.
You are only going to be treated the way you want to be treated. That is the truth.
Yeah, but I'm not the one that will talk to these people. It's the government. That's why we're here.
It's the government. That's why we have to do everything to make sure that we put in a very responsible government that is going to mirror the true nature of the Nigerian people, to be perceived by the members of the international community, so that respect can be drawn to us and can be drawn directly.
Yeah, you see.
If not, we're still going to be like that. How are they going to respect us? How?
Okon, I want to align with you a little, because if you look at the history of television in Africa, the first place television came in Africa was Nigeria. All right? And how many years later, other people, had the same experience, but fast forward to 2023, we have a foreign cable company doing way better in Nigeria than elsewhere in Africa, and our own flagship TV is not even doing half as well. It's still depending on government for lifeline. With all the funds that are injected into the national carrier every year, when you tune their station, you will be wondering, what are we still in the Stone Age in terms of in terms of clarity of the picture that you get? With all the financial, so imagine so imagine that station or that corporation had grown in ways that it should have grown. Will these people come here, dominate, and give us the shorter end of the stick? It wouldn't happen. So these are areas I think, and I'm happy. At one forum, I was listening to P2B talk about it. He mentioned the national carrier, both radio and television, that there will be serious intervention. They will learn to run independently and be able to, because there is no way you will say you have the widest reach and government will always be spoon feeding you.
Yeah.
But they have the widest reach.
It doesn't make sense.
In the stricter sense of the word widest, they have the widest
in
reach.
the content world, followership translates into money.
Yes.
Yeah? Widest reach should translate into revenue. So they have no reason to be underperforming.
Widest reach and the widest well to fill.
Yes.
I think the government needs to set up. It's not just setting up, what do you call it, a body or an organization. It has to be effective.
The problem we have in this country
I'll give you an example.
Hold on, acapella.
Do you know that as of today, Nigerians are one of the most users of Facebook and Instagram. Instagram pays for content creation. Facebook pays for content creation. Nigeria is not eligible. To earn money, you have to be linked to another country with everything we are doing. And I'm not even sure people in government knows.
They are not interested. Everybody is thinking about oil money.
For me, I think one office. I think it's time we actually ask the government to create a minister for entertainment.
Yeah,
I
to
think
be honest,
I think it's time for the Nigerian government to create the office of the Minister of Entertainment. And please, it has to be an entertainer.
Yeah. Even if it's not a
Even if
it's a department.
No. What I mean, whoever is going to head it has to be somebody, either an entertainer or somebody who knows about entertainment. It doesn't have to be a musician. It can even be an entertainment lawyer.
Round plug in round hole.
Yes, so that we want a round plug in a round hole. We don't want a carpenter to come and run entertainment.
Yes, I agree with you completely.
Why it's not working.
Because look at what has happened to sports. Because sometimes when we talk about sports, let us not forget that sports is also entertainment. It's a form of entertainment. Because look at what the EPL is doing for England. All right, the Arabs are spending so much money acquiring clubs. Imagine if it was happening in Nigeria, that Arabs are rolling over themselves trying to buy Nigerian clubs.
That's sports.
What it would do for foreign exchange earning and how it will strengthen the naira. Look at places like Brazil, for instance. Some equivalent of states in Brazil, what they generate from selling players abroad is more than so many states in Nigeria combined. Clubs that produce people like Neymar, people like the young boy who plays for Arsenal, Martinelli, and all these people.
Mascherano, Tevez, that
you
was in
can
Argentina.
You can just name them. Imagine that
Martinez of Man U.
Yeah, imagine that the Ministry of Sports is living up to its expectation, that you have people who understand sports and they are not just using that ministry to settle political hangers on. Because it looks like anything that has to do with the Nigerian youths, they just leave it for one person. Okay, we don't give you anything. No. We never give this man anything. Or your man go stay for sports.
And the man will be near 70.
Yes.
So they lead youth.
Yes, he never run before, he never jogged before, he never played football for his whole life. He never even go watch match before. You understand? They will give him sports to handle. They bring all manner of characters. So imagine that government had taken all this sector seriously and let Nigerians create the enabling environment. Because I remember having the opportunity to contribute to a government document in one of the states. And at the time, we looked at the state, and in every local government, they had stadium. But that we are useless. Because youths will not, if you go to those stadia, they are bush.
Nigeria-wide location.
Yes, all manner of reptiles reside there, and having reptile Olympics in what is supposed to be a sports facility of a local government. So part of the recommendation is go around the entire state, all the stadia in that state, rehabilitate, put modern sport equipment, put uninterrupted power, put Wi-Fi. What are they doing with local government funds? If you have a stadia, if you have all the stadia in a state fully equipped with light 24 hours and uninterrupted internet, now what will happen is that it becomes a hub in the local government.
Yes, exactly.
For young people to go and take advantage of light. Because there's 24-hour light there, even if they don't have in their homes, they can sit in the stand and read their book and do their assignment when there's no light in the village. Because there's uninterrupted Wi-Fi, somebody can buy a laptop for someone in the village and they can go there and browse the internet. And you never can tell the kind of talents that can develop just in the place. And while at it, while doing that, they are playing sports because they are sports facilities. So it becomes a place where talent is developed
everywhere in the world. Stadiums takes care of them.
And guess what? it wouldn't need to run on state funds.
No,
once we have put it in
because
place.
it generates fund on its own, yeah.
There are people in the community who their CSR or who their give back to society will be, okay, I'll provide data as part of, because people are sponsoring football tournaments in villages.
Yeah.
So if facilities are there, somebody like me can come back to my village and I say, okay, I'll donate internet facility. I'll make sure for 1 year I'll be the one taking care of it. And before you know, another person will say the year after you, endless. It won't cost government a dime.
Mm-hmm.
Another person will say light. Even if you don't have power, I will provide diesel or I'll provide generator. These things will be kept functional. Then amongst themselves, you will employ youths to run it. And you unlock development.
It's true. You were talking about Rugged Man. You made mention of
Office of
an office of like a ministry or a parastatal or something that will
handle entertainment.
It ought to be run by a real entertainer, not a phantom entertainer.
Mm-hmm.
But it's okay. But I think the real problem that we have, or the real thing that we need to do, is to have a mental and ethical and attitudinal renaissance. That's what we need.
I believe that
in terms of leadership.
I think it should.
But I believe that's part of what's happening right now.
Every facet of our national
life. That is where we are. That is why we are doing this obedient movement.
That's why we're here.
That is why we are here.
It should be, because if you don't get the foundations right, every other thing that you are putting on top is a disaster waiting to happen.
Yes, sir. Yes. All right, gentlemen, we will take a break. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll continue to talk about the entertainment sector, the way forward with Obidati. Yeah, don't go anywhere, please. We'll come back, sir.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient? Now my president you be. Me I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load. No. Not the person where we need. If you want better tomorrow.
Nigerians are a great people, enterprising and caring for one another. And there is a presidential candidate who shares these values, who thinks and acts differently from transactional politicians.
Tell me what a governor in Nigeria needs a dispatch rider. What for? Every flight I've taken in Nigeria as a governor was economy.
After a successful career in business,
I was a trader. Everybody knows I was a very big trader. So I had a viable business. I was sitting on the board of 3 banks, could be chairman before I became governor.
And private life of exemplary conduct.
I have been to over 200 secondary schools, hospitals, and everything. Sokoto, Nasarawa, Kogi, everywhere, giving schools computer money.
He came to public office as governor and practically transformed the state once challenged on many fronts.
Mr. Peter Obi's greatest legacy in office was his financial prudence. He funded development projects without borrowing money from financial institutions, nor raising bonds.
In less than 2 decades in public life, he has stood up to powerful interests on behalf of the youths and people, taking tough stands.
We want to build a coalition of Nigerians, especially the youths, to take over our country. If I'm president today, no government official will spend on it. You go to jail.
He has also chosen a running mate, Dr. Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed, a prudent and accomplished nationalist who shares the same values. It says something about the president he will be.
I do not have money for money politics. I simply will not play that kind of politics in buying delegates. Not me.
He has visited states across Nigeria and envisions endless possibilities that abound.
Kaduna used to be home of exile and talent. There's nothing happening in Kaduna. The 4th or 5th biggest export of Vietnam is footwear, which Abba can deliver. Abba used to do it. This is something that is so simple that you can do.
With him, it's a different kind of politics, with the plan to move our country from consumption to production, drastically cut down the cost of governance, lead by personal example of prudent conduct, holistically tackle insecurity, and bring back hope at a time when it is desperately needed.
Nigeria is not a poor country. The leadership of Nigeria is poor. You have to remove the... Nigeria is a very rich country, blessed by God. You can remove Nigeria from being a consuming, sharing country.
Are you obedient? Are you obedient? Now my president you be. Me I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load. No. Not the person where we need. If you want better tomorrow.
That's not the Nigeria that every one of us want. Enough is enough. And I tell you today, it is no longer business as usual. It is now business unusual. The sea finish whether they see people. Tell them which way will stop.
Sort of criminality, sort of no fuel, sort of price increase, sort of electricity. That is the culture we want to throw away.
Let them know that no Nigerian is more Nigerian than any Nigerian.
We will stop the stealing and start the keeping.
Travel to the world because we will not kill the rise of the man. When the country wants to continue with the change is in your hand. Get your business in and let the march to the change. We need to invest in the youth. The youth, everybody, do you know why people retire when they are 60, when they are 65? Because they're no longer as productive as they are when they're the youth. So investing in the youth is investing in ancient.
Record. Are you obedient?
Greetings, Nigeria. My name is Kathy Icon, and this is my spoken word piece. There was a time when we lived as one. There was a time when we could afford to get fuel without any hassle. There was also a time when we were happy with our naira. There was a time when good and immediate justice were served for any hideous crime committed. But now, everything has gone sour. Now Nigerians fight one another, hurl insults, and people die. We now live in a country where the lives of animals matter more than the lives of humans. We live in a country where the police force, whom we call our friends, now become our enemies. We tend to fight corruption, but our white knight has feet of clay. Then we turn a blind eye while others bray. Do not forget the deaths of our promising youth during End SARS protests. Yesterday, we were happy and free as a bird. Today, with nostalgia, we bite our thumb. Today, people glorify incompetency as the godfather while they complain of bad company later. But now, a new Nigeria is born. Now is the time to arise as compatriots. I see a new Nigeria where everything works, where our hospitals function perfectly well. I see a new Nigeria where power supply is constant with no single disruption. I see a new Nigeria where there will be no ASU strikes to keep students at home for so many years. And this is possible by being obedient and useful. Peter Gregory Obi, a man of valor, a man of great intelligence and agility, a man of transparency. Talk about the Sun newspaper man of the year, Peter Obi. Talk about the best governor in the southern eastern part of Nigeria, Peter Obi. Talk about Silverbirds man of the year, Peter Obi. Talk about the hope for a new Nigeria, Peter Obi and Dati Baba Ahmed. Vote wisely. Be obedient and useful to Nigeria. I stand with the Labour Party. Nigeria will be great again.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient? Now my president you be. Me I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load. No. Not the person where we need. If you want better tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm sure you're enjoying your weekend with us. It's still the Global Fundraising Telethon, and we are talking the entertainment industry. And of course, I have my panelists. I did introduce Ime Bishop Okun Lagos. He's still here. Rugged Man is pretty much here. But Acapella is on standby. He's doing something else. So in place of Acapella, we'll have Funny Bone. Funny Bone is a comedian, an actor. Yes, and a newly married young man. Yes. I had to add that. Yes. It's an accomplishment. To be married in Nigeria is no joke. It's easy. All right. Okay, let me start. Funny Bone, since you just joined us, let me go straight to you. Lots of young people today are interested in the entertainment space because there are no jobs. No jobs. No jobs. Youth unemployment is at an all-time high. Okay, you have been in the acting industry and the stand-up comedy industry. What are the challenges that a young person out of school or never been to school that decides to choose this career path? What are the challenges they are likely to encounter? Because sometimes when we highlight some of these problems, then we can begin to see clearly how we can find solution from your own personal experience.
Yeah, so I think that as an industry, we can't talk about what you're likely to face without talking about the struggles the industry in itself is going through.
Okay.
Because if there's a platform and a structure that is sustainable, then it can expand and make room for those coming in. And when you come in, you enjoy good value, based on the structure that you're seeing on the ground. Good. So, and the industry is, it has facets, it has angles, it has, so I would speak first of all from, the movie and the, comedy. The comedy. I think for music, shout out to them. They've been able to do a good job. Not so much. I mean, not so much, but compared to the film industry and stand-up comedy, I think that the fact that if I put up a song that is not mine on my videos on YouTube, it is flagged down. That's a plus.
Yes.
Take it all.
Good business.
Yes.
Good business. Yeah.
Take it or leave it. That is a major plus.
But you know, one of the major reasons,
Yeah.
it's not being flagged down because of a Nigerian structure.
Yeah, but at least it's coming to come.
No, why is it being flagged down? Sorry. before you continue.
It's somebody else's music. It's copyright,
Yes.
and that's because the original owner probably released the music using an international platform, and they monitor every source that is played from.
Interesting.
Yes.
So I'm saying.
So we need our own Nigerian structure.
Yes. So, but my point is, I don't care where it's coming from. There's a flag down.
Yes. No,
That
I
will
get what
serve-
you're saying.
yeah.
I needed that extra information.
And that will serve, that will serve as some, level of checkmate as to how your content is being assessed.
Yes.
Now, comedy videos, I stand to be corrected. They are the most shared, freely viewed content on the internet in the world.
And
Nigerian comedy videos.
And
Strictly.
the owners don't get
a dime.
It's sad.
And nobody's flagging you.
I'm a victim.
And nobody's flagging you down, both internationally or locally.
Nobody's helping you.
So it's back to the same topic that if there's a structure where the industry, and this is not even, it's not, it's not a foreign thing. It can be local, but it's well done. Because I'm aware that in Kenya, if you're caught doing piracy, it's a big crime. You can go, it's not 5 years.
It should be a big
like
crime.
It's
It should be everywhere.
like it's a big deal. But here, it's been normalized. Where you go to buy your content, you buy it, in traffic. There
was even a time Rugged, you will remember, there was even a time musicians were paying marketers to pirate their songs.
Yes.
I paid. Nobody say.
Yeah, because that's how they,
It's
from
sad.
experience,
You create your song, you pay someone to pirate it.
and that's how they blow. In quote,
At
blow.
the time.
But right now it's still happening in some. Because some musicians still pay, some DJs pay some.
Just like in
OAPs
acting
pay,
today, some actors still pay producers to feature them in movies.
Boss, this job here, it just gets to a point where you tell yourself that you no longer dance because there is my teacher in school will say, you get to a point in your life where you don't dance because you know how to dance.
Yeah, but
you dance because you enjoy dancing.
Yes. But before I go too far, you have established the fact that yes, so the structure has to be there to make the industry more robust for the young ones to come in. You have not really addressed that question of what will likely be the challenge of a young person who's coming.
So,
in. Do I leave that to?
What's going to be the?
He's not a young person. I would like to take that question.
Okay.
Let's do it for. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. When you want to have veterans, he can speak up. Let him speak for veterans. Let me answer for the youth, please. Thank you. That's my question. I will keep it to myself. So I think that first of all is, what are you bringing into the industry? I always say this. I ask young people like myself this question. What are you bringing into the industry? You see an Okon, you like him, you want to be like him. You see a funny bone, you see, Okay Bakassi.
Me with them.
Acapella. No, you they sing now. You they rap. Okay, you see so what are you bringing into the industry? So first I think is, if you're bringing in value, if you're bringing in something new, if you're bringing in, creativity, something that, would spur and make us even think further, I think you will thrive, as someone who is young in the industry. But if you're coming into to tap, to recreate, to further stretch,
to photocopy,
to rewrite or to review what's there already, your lifespan certainly would outlive you. But having said that, is the fact that if there's a structure, and I am happy for social media and what is doing now in my industry or in our industry. Even though I think that it needs to be checkmated, but I like that young people are finding their level on their own.
Yeah.
Where if you're funny,
you can make it.
You don't need to bug my phone to help you. From your house, you can create a content for as long as what you're selling and what you're saying is fact and true. You're not misquoting anybody. You're not abusing anybody's brand or goods because you have the space on the internet. Where fans can appreciate you from the comfort of your home.
Directly. So basically what government should do to encourage those who can do that is better internet penetration.
Thank you.
Electricity has to get into all the nooks and crannies, and internet has to penetrate everywhere, so that young people can unleash.
And then also help. We have bodies. We have like the Actors Guild. We have like the P-Man performing musician. The government also has to come into that in one way or the other to check what they have on ground on their own, and then find out what they need to work. And when I say this, I want to say this because when I just mentioned P-Man, I say, now let me tell you something that a lot of people do not know. Back in the days, I used to think P-Man was just a place for old reggae artists and dreadlock, dada. But until the current P-Man president, patriarchal, called me and told me his plans. Now let me quickly tell you, real quickly, what he did was he brought banks, he's brought hospitals, he's brought insurance companies. So what he's doing for registered members right now is once you register, you get health insurance, life insurance, you get a pension plan. There's even access to small loans. Access to small loans. And also he has this thing he's working on now. When you have your music, when you come to register your music for release, it gets encoded. Same thing they do with iTunes and Kodu. It gets encoded. So once you want, this is one of the reasons why the banks are there. When you now register your music, it gets encoded. It's linked to your account that you opened with the bank. I don't want to mention the name. You open with the bank.
Yeah.
So now basically what happens is when you do your split sheet, okay, Bakassi is the CEO of the record label, he gets 40%. You are the artist, you get 20%. I mix and master, I get 10. He produced, he gets. So if you're all registered members, you all have your accounts and everything is linked. Once that split sheet is done, it's put in the system. Anywhere it's downloaded or streamed, your music, your money goes straight into your account. No middleman. That's what P-Man is working on now.
That's good.
This is one of the
fantastic. It's what you have noted.
Yes.
And that highlights the importance of every entertainer belonging to an umbrella association.
Yes.
Because all these advantages that come with it, all right? I understand. I get it because I'm a member board of trustees of the Nigerian Actors Guild. And I understand that some actors are yet today, and I expect that you're going to show your face in any movie if you're not a member of their SAG. You can't do that. But in Nigeria, anybody can stroll from Cotonou, land here, and they are shooting a movie. They say, "Yeah, come and act, Mr. Okay," and you're there. Suddenly, you're on stage. And some of our practitioners don't see any reason in our day. We need to strengthen our guilds because some of these structures, when we create and strengthen them, becomes organs of negotiation with government and other foreign partnerships.
Exactly.
So even when government begins to formulate policies, these are the people that they can sit with and say, okay, let's talk to your sector. It's not every time they will have to look at individual actors who sometimes when they go there, they probably don't know because we are creative. Sometimes we are busy creating that we don't even understand the rudiments of these things. But officers of an association somehow need to be trained to understand this one.
Which brings me back to the creation of the office of the Minister of Entertainment.
Yes, yes, because the one has to liaise with all these people.
Yes.
Now that takes me to Okon. The question I want to ask, because you have been in government a little.
I've been in government, okay.
Yes, so you've been in government.
Yeah.
So assuming you're one sitting on that desk as director in charge of acting or director in charge of the creative department or entertainment industry, and you have to advise, like when you were there, to advise a governor on what to do to make the sector more viable for the citizens in the state, what would your kind of advice be? I've been in that position as well before. I used to be the senior special assistant on entertainment industry matters before. But I'm asking you now.
How did you fare?
It's a tough place to be. It's education like no other. But I'm moderating now, so I'm asking you.
It's a tall order, very tall order. If your principal, the interest of your principal does not align.
I know that.
It's a tall order. In fact, it's a utopia.
But regardless of the interest of your principal here, I'm not asking. I know that can be a very big challenge, because if the man that you're working for, that is not on his radar of things to do, it becomes a challenge. But still, that does not stop you from putting together your intention, your ambition, things that you think can be done. So what would your advice be?
Like I said, entertainment.
Yes.
Entertainment has music. We have
all those aspects. We have all of them.
Yes.
Don't list again.
Who's gonna be on there? Who's gonna be on this one?
I'm trying to manage my time.
Like what? Manage
I'm
which
trying
time?
to
Manage which time?
Don't you already know
How can you bring a topic that needs to be exhausted in 1 hour, and then you want me to do magic? You think I have a magic wand here? Yes? You think we're all magicians here? You have to communicate effectively, and you have to start somehow, maybe with a preamble before you get to the middle, and then you get into a conclusion.
Yeah, because I don't want to spend my time on preamble, but go ahead.
It's okay. You don't want to spend you want me to summarize it in how many minutes? Look at you. Roger Man said something, and then I will listen. First of all, nobody has monopoly of knowledge.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't have monopoly of knowledge, and I don't even intend to, because I know that it is impossible to do so.
Yeah.
Now, if I am in that position, I know I don't know all. Okay, I will definitely harness. I will collate. I will synthesize mine. Yes. I will synthesize cerebral minds who are going to help me.
That's right.
Okay.
Good.
Done. All right. Like in the music industry right now, that something has been done.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's a right step in the right direction. It's an excellent thing to do. And then you get it done. You make sure that, okay, fine, your principal breathes life
You're very correct. I'll give you an idea some of the things that I did, because I had to learn on the job. Okay, I was in the entertainment industry, and they suddenly snapped me up and said, okay, come and work. All right. Fortunately, we have the benefit of education. All of us here.
You never even agree me finish.
Oh, sorry. Okay, go ahead. I thought you were. Sorry.
What were you talking?
I just wanted to help you.
Okay, help me. What am I planning?
Okay. You will not know you're planning. Who will tell you?
Am I okay. Who is the entertainer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The entertainer, the professional entertainer, is a person who puts his either humor or music or whatever poetic expertise into work in creating happiness in exchange for naira and kobo.
Yeah.
So that is it. Now, first of all, you who is an entertainer, you did reorientation. You who is an entertainer, what is your purpose? Are you getting into entertainment industry for the intrinsic or extrinsic value of entertainment? Intrinsic as in, are you getting into entertainment to entertain for the main purpose of entertainment, or you're getting into it as a means to an end?
So
or rather, are you getting into it as an end in itself, or you're getting into it as a means to an end?
Yeah,
it is terrible for one to say, okay, fine, I want to be an entertainer just because I cannot pay my bills. I believe that people who are doing skits now, those are the people who are cashing out. I think I want to be an entertainer. I want to do skits now just because of that.
Okon, we'll kill you after this show. You know why? Because he wanted you to just tell us what you would do if you were sitting with your governor.
First of all, I will tell them. Like, okay, in movies.
You didn't hear they do like person when they fear in governor.
Which one be fear my governor? No, we hire him. There is something they call interministerial and direct labor committee and jobs in my own state, where they can gather like 3 or 4 people and say, okay, fine, all right, renovate a particular primary school in your own area, and then funds are released to that. There are young and up and coming content producers, content creators, and then all the smaller how do you call it? Movies. Small movies that they do, all these small films, low budget films. Why don't you just gather these producers, in quote, like 1, 2, 3, 4 of them, give them startup grants, okay, non-refundable, okay, and then see to the extent that they can use those grants and then have a monitoring team that will make sure that those grants are re-injected again and recycled.
Thank you. You managed to escape with grants. 1 point grants. In all these things, sit down, my friend. Sit down, in all these things, in all these we managed to squeeze out grants.
Oh yeah.
We managed to squeeze out grants. All right, time is no longer our friend. We need to wrap up this entertainment industry segment. It's been a very robust one, and one that we enjoyed so much. There's a young man here Bring him in quickly. Okon, you can go and rest quickly. Charles, come. Give Charles Mike, let me round up with him. Since I made him come all the way. You're an old man, Charles Inoji.
Now my president you be, me I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load, no. That the person will be me. If you want better tomorrow.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient?
Now my president you be, me I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load, no. That the person will be me. If you want better.
When you talk about the economy, you must talk about the issue of underemployment and unemployment. It is the greatest contributor to building a strong economy. If people don't have job, you have terrorism, you have banditry, you have all sorts of characters. If they remove any of us of it,
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient?
All right, thank you so very much. Before we round up, before we leave here, fortunately, the man that I've been waiting for since to join us on this panel, he's here with us. Charles, Charles is an actor, a director, and in fact, a thespian that I have so much respect for. Charles, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Yes, we've all contributed. Now that you're here, just for you to put the icing on the cake. The Obedati movement, with all the effort and the support that Nigerians are giving them, when they become president and vice president respectively, what intervention can they give to Nollywood to turn it around, to be able to create more jobs? Because youth labor is one aspect of our lives that we have to do something quickly so that we get so many people working. And Nigeria is blessed with talent. What will be your recommendation to the administration?
Okay, great. Against the backdrop of the fact that, I think you already alluded to that, the fact that Nollywood is probably, outside government, the highest employer of direct and indirect labor. It would be, sheer foolhardiness for any government to neglect, as they always do, a sector like that. So I would expect that the Obedati government do not make the mistake that past administrations have made, particularly the administration that has shown the industry perhaps more love than any other, which would be the Jonathan administration. And that is bringing cash, hundreds of millions of naira, giving it to some maybe party faithfuls, maybe some loyalists, hangers on, and say we want to use this money to develop the industry. No, that money would, as it did, end up in the hands of a few persons. Probably just look out for a few practitioners, put some in their hands so that they too would not make noise, and the rest becomes history. I would advise that they don't make that mistake. Each time we talk of assistance for the industry, people think what we need the most is cash. That is not true. That is not true. For instance, we can visit the extant laws, particularly those that speak to piracy. Today, if someone is convicted for piracy in Nigeria, the penalty is 50,000 naira.
Wow.
So I can, as a pirate, just
pile up some hundreds of millions somewhere. Each time
And pay
I'm convicted,
I mean, give them 50.
and continue
You
to
can't even drop a 1 million in advance.
I
They just leave you. I don't pay.
I continue to reap where I do not sow. But if the laws are made in a way that they are deterrent, in a way that before you commit the crime, you think, is this worth it? That is one. Two is that an industry like ours is too large, too critical to Nigeria's economy to be left in the hands of just party faithfuls.
People who know nothing about the business.
Nothing about it. Maybe some accountant somewhere, with all due respect, I don't have anything against accountants, engineers.
An engineer in the wrong position is wrong.
Waiting remain. You know that man supported us so much
during the campaign, and ministries don't finish.
Tell him to say somebody. There's this position in this industry.
Let him just and put him.
And the man will just be there. You know, like they say, round pegs in a square. And at the end of the day,
it doesn't work.
Same old. So I would expect that they look out for those people who are knowledgeable about the business that we do. So that
and who have done the business successfully over time.
Very important.
Very important.
Perhaps Nigeria is the only place where you don't reckon with people that have done a particular trade when it comes to administering medicine for the sickness of that trade.
And Charles, in addition, because we are running out of time, in addition to remove some bottlenecks that hinder creativity, example, we know that in Nigeria today, if you make some movies exposing some parts of our history that government does not want to hear, is not going to be censored or allowed to sell in Nigeria. So we need to remove those bottlenecks.
Very important.
To unlock creativity.
Unlock
the stories
as they are.
Of creativity.
Tell
it as it is.
For instance, again, too, there is a document that the industry came together to prepare that we believe, even if it may not be the be all and end all, but this is a document that can be a good starting point for us, which is the Mobicon Bill. We've been on that for ages. Why can't we have that bill passed so that we at least have something that regulates the industry? You cannot have an unregulated industry and hope that one day that industry will make a success. With the kind of monumental, huge growth that has happened in Nollywood in the past 10-15 years.
Without assistance.
Now imagine what it
all right,
like
gentlemen, I have to run because we have a loaded schedule for this program. Thank you very much for your time. Charles, Rugged Man, and Funny Bone, Acapella, and Ime Bishop. You guys were amazing. All right, we'll take a break again. Don't go anywhere. It's the Global Fundraising Telethon, and we are still here.
I'm very happy to be part of this movement where the son of a nobody can become somebody without knowing anybody. Because if you look around you, you'll agree with me that things that we are going through in Nigeria now, it's tough. It's tough. If you look at other environments, you see young people, they pursue their dream. But for Nigeria, they pursue us for dream because nothing is stable. The suffering is so much. Everybody is suffering. Queue for fuel, queue for money, queue for food. Suffer too much. If you are not careful, you go to envy people who died last year because they don't see this problem. You gotta be like, no, for God. It's crazy. Youths have resolved to betting. Nothing they know they take bets now. Everybody, if you check youth pocket, before those days, now old men you go to see pool ticket like pool. Now, youths they bet anything. One of my friends don't bet. Now they don't chop your money. Now only boxing. They bet now. I tell her, why they bet only boxing? He said, at least if I lose, I know say person will make me lose. They don't help me beat up. They don't help me blow on left. I thought, okay, it makes sense. Because look now, Nothing we will never see for Nigeria of recent. The one we call it one time now, network marketing. Somebody go just come meet you, sir, can I talk to you? Once you see that hand like this, run, oh. Run, because the next way you go here, what I'm about to tell you is an opportunity of a lifetime. It will help you. It will, who they talk so, the thing never help them. Because all you need to do is a simple investment. You just bring 2 people. Then those 2 people will bring 2 people. Then the other 2 people will bring 2 people. My brother, when you register, you go not say 2 people, no, they Lagos. You will look for 2 people. Even husband and wife, you no go see. 2 people will be scarce. One came to me one time. He said, what we're even giving you is product. We're not taking your money. If you register 17 downliner, you will come up the ladder. My brother, now let me begin register my junior brother, my cousin. Because normally they'll tell you, say, if you feed one by yourself, you go hurry. I begin register 18.5 times 17. They call the pack the medicine, give me. Now medicine for headache. He say if we can't see your money, at least you can sell it. My brother, if you enter my parlor that time, if you see capsule, anybody come visit me, instead of me to offer you wine, and me go to ask you, you go drink headache medicine. They say no. Once I no get headache, I say Nigeria go soon stress you, take a more. Because man, the wages are going in this country. That's why, as far as I'm concerned, I don't know. I think somebody need to explain to me, say that for government house, they know they sell it, because no, look, when you listen to some decisions that they take in the upper chamber, you want to think that some people are smoking something. Because, okay, listen to news. Here's the news. First of all, ASU extends strike to 8 months. You as a young Nigerian go say, why are they keeping the students for 8 months? You call here another news. Naira crashes to $7.35. That one another problem. You call here another news. 15 kidnapped on Abuja highway. You are complaining. What is wrong with insecurity? Then tomorrow morning you go come here breaking news for your mind. You think the government won't address this problem? Next way you go here, federal government bank pomo. Wetin concern pomo with the problem? So wetin I dey imagine? So they just dey house as all those senators just dey. They just say, Mr. Speaker, 15 have been kidnapped on the highway. ASU has extended strike. Naira is crashing. Then the other one go say those who support bank pomo say aye, they call say aye. And these people print poster or campaign. You know, so when you look at some of this, you gotta look say no. We can't continue like this. That's why I die here for this movement. We have to move from like our principal always say, from consumption to production. But sometimes this is they need clearer, they good may get clearer picture, because one guy did my I know go school. Every time they go say consumption to production, and the guy say, so who producer, who go consumer? You know, so Nigerians are struggling. People, and Nigerians can brag with suffer. There's no way somebody go to brag like say an achievement. Say, Baba, if you know when I wake up, 4 o'clock, now video number 2 for Q. Wait till you achieve, now achievement. My brother immediately, I just tell him, my brother set alarm 3:45. Before they open the filling station, now we did here. Now die, they die, so for your mind, it's a better thing. They achiever. You see Nigerian man, they suffer. Just explain your suffer to Nigerian man. He go want you say your suffer, they learn. Tell him, I saw recently where they caught some armed robbers. No jokes. You look at you, they went to rob, you know, so while they were interviewing them, they asked the other guy. So me, I was so curious. I asked one of the guys, why are they go rob poor people? These people who are they rob, they need money too. At least if you want rob, go the headquarters where money. If not even also rock, go. So I called realize say, well, no businessman will really like competition. You understand? Every businessman that avoid competition. Because if you look at where the reason why armed robbers cannot go to Aso Rock is because other robbers are there. Anyway, good night.
Are you obedient? Are you obedient?
Now my president you be me, I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load, no. Not the person where we need. If you want better tomorrow,
I don't know what I've been done. I don't know what I've been done. American football is all I need. American football is all I need. My mind on it. My mind on it.
Friday, what's
going to happen is I'm going to make an announcement. 4 of you are going to the NFL Academy in London. 2 of you are going directly to the NFL.
Welcome back. You're 8 sacks on the season.
No matter what else we did, we finished this 1 year together the way we wanted to finish it, baby. We did it the way we wanted to do it.
Play action. And then Bradford dumps it off to the pocket. Picked off. And Three sacks now. 6 sacks on the night for OC. The Giants, which is tying an NFL record and the all-time sack.
Blitz is on. Bowler gets sacked, fumbles the football. It's loose in midfield. Picked up by the Giants. OC Umanura down the left sideline.
A year ago, nobody would have ever imagined that this was possible. But look where we are right now. This is incredible. And we're here because of you.
Touchdown!
Hello everyone, my name is Randy Oluwanifishe Lawrence, and I'm very excited to be here today on behalf of the Big Ten and the Niger We Can organization. Today we have Nigerians from all over the world tuning in for the second telethon in support of Mr. Peter Obi and his running mate, Senator Dati Baba Ahmed, and a new Nigeria.
It's also Super Bowl Sunday. For Nigerians at home who may be unfamiliar, this is one of the largest national sporting events in America. And today we're going to have a conversation with 2-time Super Bowl champion, OC Umenyiora. OC, thank you so much for joining us today. I wanted to kick things off by first asking, what was it like to win your first Super Bowl ring? Walk us through the feeling of what it's like to be a champion.
Okay, so winning the Super Bowl, especially the first one, the way that we did it was quite frankly one of the most incredible things that maybe the most incredible thing that I've experienced. We're playing against a team that hadn't lost a game the entire year. We were severe underdogs. Nobody gave us a chance to win, but we went out there and we dominated the game. We played very, very well, and we snatched victory in very dire circumstances. So winning that game there's really nothing that I can use to describe it because, you know, doing something so unprecedented or doing something that nobody gives you an opportunity to do, and then you find a way to actually get it done, it makes the victory that much better than if you would have just won under ordinary circumstances. So it's an incredible thing, incredible accomplishment for me, myself, and my teammates. And, you know, we will go down in history for doing that.
Okay, so you were drafted by the New York Giants in the second round of the 2003 NFL Draft. You went from an underdog to 2-time Super Bowl champion. Walk us through your journey, going from the son of 2 Nigerian immigrants to one of the most celebrated sports figures in America. The work ethic, the faith in the process.
Well, to be honest, I was blessed to have the parents that I did. I think a lot of times when people think about the things that they do, they never really take into account their genetics. And genetically, my father, my mother, and my stepmother, including all of that, they put some things into me that, quite frankly, allowed me to succeed. I was born in England. I left England when I was 7 years old and I went to Nigeria. I was in Nigeria till I was 15. So I spent my formative teenage years in Nigeria. And then from there, I went to the United States of America, where I saw them playing the game. Some friends encouraged me to play the game because of my athleticism. And I went out there and I became pretty successful at it. You know, playing sports, especially coming from a Nigerian background, that was the last thing that my parents were interested in, right? It was all education, go to school, read your book. Nobody cares about sports. They don't never see that as a way for you to actually make a living, because that's just not what we're accustomed to in Nigeria. And so thankfully, you know, I was able to use that football or my athletic ability to get a scholarship and play football in America. And then from there, the next level up is to get drafted into the NFL, which I was fortunate enough for that to happen for me by the New York Giants. Now, I think in terms of the journey was it was strange. You know, I don't really take a lot of credit with the amount of work that I put in, because I was going to do that regardless. But there were so many things that happened to me in terms of like luck and being at the right place at the right time that enabled me to have the career that I had, and so many people who helped me. So I'm really, really grateful for them. Grateful for my parents, grateful for the opportunities that I had, grateful to God for putting me in position to take advantage of all the things that I was blessed with. Made it to the NFL, started off on the bench, fought my way through, became a starter, became a Pro Bowl player, an All-Pro player, a Super Bowl champion, and ended up playing for 12 years in the NFL when the average career is 3. So there were so many different things that I was able to do, but I just put it down to grace, not necessarily anything that I did specifically.
What impact did your Nigerian roots and upbringing have on your journey to a successful NFL career?
That's, to be honest, the more research I do on that topic, the more I understand exactly why it is. I think what you have in America, although it does have a lot of problems, but what you have is opportunity, right? There are a lot of things there that people may or may not see, but the fact is it's there. If you want to succeed in America, you can succeed. And so now when you come from a Nigerian upbringing, a Nigerian background, you realize that the things that are very important to Nigerian parents, or our parents anyway, is all about family, staying together, and a very strong emphasis on education, right? So now if you bring that mentality, strong emphasis on education and, strong emphasis on family and the family unit, you bring that into the United States of America where there are opportunities, you're going to succeed. And that's really all it boils down to, is the fact that we come from a culture of education first and foremost, and the family unit staying together, and you bring that into America, 90% of the time you're going to be successful. And so this is why you see the success of the Nigerian immigrants. It's all down to just focusing on those two things. And I think if everybody, whichever background you're at, if you focus on those two things in a country like America, you may not be as successful as everybody else, but you will attain a level of success without a shadow of a doubt.
One of Mr. Obi's 7 priorities is to enhance the human capital of young Nigerians for productivity of global competitiveness. Why is investment in Nigerian youth important to you, and why should it also be important to the country?
Yeah. Well, first of all, you have to think about how many Nigerian youth there are. You're talking about 60-70% of the country is under 35. Almost the whole country is a young population. So if you don't invest in that young population, what exactly is going to happen to them? They're going to live for the next 40-50 years in the current situation that they're in. It doesn't make any sense. So you have to invest in the youth. Now, how do you do this? I think this is where the problems really start to become very, very evident, because you look, okay, which way are you going to invest in the youth? Is it going to be, you talk about the NBA, many billions of dollars. So this type of thing can happen in Nigeria, in Africa, because as we all know, Africa is the future. And I think all the investments that you're seeing now heading that way is a recognition of the fact that a lot of these things are going to be taking place in Africa. So why would you not invest in sports when you have that youth, you have that energy, you have these incredible athletes, and you can create a multi-billion-dollar business out of that athleticism? So why would you not invest in that? And so the fact that he has decided to do that is a very big thing for him. And if he is, in fact, to win, it's going to be big for the continent.
I want to go a little deeper and get your view of the importance of sports in terms of the opportunities it creates for young people.
It's very, very important. I think not only the opportunities that creates, but there are things that you learn when you're playing sport at a competitive level that teach you how to operate in life, right? There's going to be wins, there's going to be losses, there's going to be a lot of setbacks. How do you fight back from that? You're not going to win them all. How do you react to situations like that? So those things need to be instilled in the youth, because I've always said that sports are a microcosm of life. The same thing that happens in sport is what's going to happen to you in your regular every single day life, right? And so the way you learn and the way you adjust there playing the game is the way you're going to do that in life. So I think it's very, very important.
So as you know, Mr. Obi's proposed policy on sports also involves facilitating both public and private sector investments to ensure the Nigerian sports sector is globally competitive. As a sports icon who has been in the industry for years, what are some of the ways the government can attract foreign investment into this sector?
Very easy thing. I think first and foremost, every single company that I've ever talked to or ever been involved with wants to come into Nigeria. They see the population, they see everything that's going on there, the demographics, the natural resources. Everybody wants to be there. But how do you go about being there? You have to secure the country, which is the most important thing, first and foremost, to bring in any security. That's the first thing that they say is security. And then on top of that, you have to create the infrastructure that allows them to come in. You have to have the facilities, the stadiums, the training facilities. All those things have to be in place. And once you have security and the facilities, I can guarantee you every single person from the outside will want to come to Nigeria because they already want to do that anyway.
Mr. Obi is hoping to form a government of national unity, where all Nigerians see themselves as Nigerians first. Does that resonate with you? And why do you think it is important for Nigerians to see themselves as Nigerians first, putting tribe, region, or religion aside?
First of all, it 100% is extremely important. And on top of that, it does resonate with me tremendously. I think it's a very interesting thing when you're in Nigeria and you realize the divisions that are in there. It's not even, it's ingrained in us, right? You're Yoruba, you're Igbo, you're Hausa, you're Efik, you're Ijaw, you're Muslim, you're Christian, you're not a Nigerian. But then the minute you leave Nigeria and you come to America, or you come to the UK, or you travel outside of Nigeria, the minute you see a Nigerian person, that's your brother, that's your sister. You don't think about their religion, you don't think about anything, you feel an instant connection to them. And I find it interesting how that happens. Because I come out here and all I see is just my people. And then the minute the minute I land in Nigeria, it becomes I'm an Igbo man or I'm a Yoruba. And it's a terrible thing that our country is going through, because how do you expect yourselves to come together as a nation when you're divided so much in the nation? I believe that people inside should operate the way they operate, but with the mentality of the people who are outside, which is we are just all Nigerians. And for some odd reason, I don't feel that way when I'm in the country, even though I wish that that's exactly how we should be. So now when you realize that you have a candidate like Peter Obi, who quite frankly is his supporters are everybody. It's the strangest thing. It's something that I've never before seen in Nigerian politics, where you have a candidate who's supported by Hausa, Fulani, Ijaw, Efik, Christian, and then Yoruba, whatever it is you are. His entire support base is made up of a broad coalition of people. And I think for me, this was the most important thing in my support for him. It's not necessarily him as a candidate, but it's exactly what I saw from him. And that is his support base, which is a broad coalition of Nigerians. And I believe that Nigerians should think and operate that way. Is the main reason why I'm supporting him was that for sure.
Now, OC, you've broken a number of records during your NFL career. Is there a single moment or achievement that stands out above the rest? And what makes it so special?
Yeah, I think there are a couple of them. I think the first time we won the Super Bowl, that was that was a surreal moment. And I think, both times we won the Super Bowl, I think there was a time I broke the record for the amount of quarterback sacks for the New York Giants against Philadelphia. That was strong. But I think for me, the one that I would say stands out the most would be the very first time that I made it to the Pro Bowl, which is the All-Star team, the very first time I made it. And I think, coming from where I came from, starting to play the game, starting to enjoy the game, and then all of a sudden, when I thought to myself, now I'm amongst the very best players in this game. And then I told you the story how I started. And now I'm literally here and I'm as good as anybody in the NFL. It really didn't make too much sense to me because I couldn't still comprehend what was going on. But I think the first time that happened was when I would say I lost it, man. It was a really emotional time.
What is your message to the young Nigerian watching this interview today who says to himself or herself, I want to be just like OC one day?
It's very possible. I think the things that I was able to do from a professional footballing standpoint, that's one thing. But I think getting an education, becoming a family man, being really into Nigeria and all the things that are going on in Africa, I think that's anybody who comes into the United States of America or even the United Kingdom can accomplish those things. everything is there for you. I'm not going to say you're going to be a Super Bowl champion and all of that good stuff. If you do, I'll be very, very happy for you, and I'll try to help facilitate that for you. But the other things surrounding that, getting my degree in business administration, just being a family man, all those good things, those are available to anybody who has the opportunity to come into this environment.
OC, as we conclude our interview today, why is it important for Nigerians to cast their vote on February 25th?
I think it's extremely important that Nigerians cast their vote. I think there's so much talk, right, about how you want something different and how you want change. But then when it comes to actually implementing an action plan, I think that's where things become quite hazy. I know they make it very difficult for you to vote in Nigeria. They make it difficult for you to vote anywhere. But at the end of the day, if you want a new Nigeria that everybody's clamoring for, then I think you're going to actually have to cast your vote. This is, as they say, one of the most delicate times in Nigerian history. There are a lot of things that could happen, a lot of things that could go wrong. And Nigeria is on the precipice. And so we need to actually do something right here to make a change in the direction of the country. So I think it's extremely important that people go out there and people vote, get their PVC cards, and do everything they can to make sure that, their voice is heard in this election.
Mr. O.C. Umenyora, thank you so much for your time today. But since it's Super Bowl Sunday, who do you have winning the Super Bowl? The Kansas City Chiefs or the Philadelphia Eagles?
Unfortunately, I got the Philadelphia Eagles winning. I hate the Eagles too, but I think they're gonna take it home.
Yes. I'm from East Coast,
right.
New York Giants fan, so they're the closest things. Eagles closest to New York, so that's who I'm voting for as well. So
no worries, man.
There we go. No worries.
Okay, everyone, this is O.C. Umenyora, two-time Super Bowl champion with the New York Giants. I know exactly what it takes to be a champion, and right now is your opportunity to become a champion yourself. This is a very, very serious time for us. Nigeria is right here on the verge, and we are going to do something great, and you will be the champions of tomorrow. I encourage everybody to go out there right now, get your PVC, make sure you vote, and vote correctly. We all know what's at stake here. This is our time.
Record.
Good evening, viewers around the world. My name is Ella Forte. I'm a spoken word artist and I am proudly obedient. There's so much that I would like to say, but I think I would let the spoken word do what it does best. Let me tell you what it means to be Nigerian. To be Nigerian is to be fish. Fish drowning in waters, ocean deep, struggling to breathe, even though we're equipped with gills and fins. See, we catch crews in a bid to ride the waves of depression. We crack jokes to break the ribs off the pressure, but this pressure is getting worse and worse, almost as fast as the naira is getting lesser and lesser. To be Nigerian is to constantly be devalued. Judged not by your name, talent, or personality, but your nationality. Patriotic green and white stained with red negativity. It is to hope against hope while hoping for more hope just to cope. To stand tall even though fear stands up on our shoulders like a cape. Not one of Superman's flight, but one made of kryptonite. Keeping us grounded in a land that is our own but does not feel like it belongs to us, Nigeria. A land flowing with milk and honey, just not jobs or money. Not good roads, proper education or sanity, but with grandpas running this land into the ground like there is a secret meeting 6 feet under. And sometimes I wonder, how did we get here? Where bullets find final rest in the bodies of citizens now screaming in forever silence while our leaders pretend not to hear them, no actually send. So they do what they will while we do what we must. You see, in this nation, what doesn't kill you now hibernates for 4 years, mutates and tries again. So this is not the time to sell another 4 for agbado, beans and dodo. It's not the time to sit chilled, sipping shakily on geriatric zobo. This instead is the time to do the right thing. Come February 25th, vote in hopes of maybe a saner tomorrow, not a presidential fling. So we lift elegant middle fingers to posterity, to their false promises of protection for our lives, our property. Now we are being obedient to the laws of the land, hopeful our lost dignity would be found, building in collaboration from scratch a nation, one that we can truly be proud of, with biblical Peter at the helm, chopping off ears in protection, cause them know they hear word. And since national cake no reach our hand, together in unity, my people, let us bake a national pie. And truth is, if this truth shall kill them, I guess then it's time to let them die. Thank you.
Record. Are you obedient? I am obedient. Are you obedient? We are obedient. Now my president, you think we are one better tomorrow. We no want to load, no. Not the person where we need. If you want better tomorrow.
Welcome back. This is still Obi Dati Global Fundraising Telethon. It's been such a long day, talking from health to economy to power to entertainment, and now it is time for education. It's time to get educated, actually. Okay, so before we take all of that, we'd like to inform you that our lines are still open. You can call in. We'd like to take your comments. We'd like to take your questions, because we have readily available answers for you. And again, we'd like to say a very big thank you to our diaspora partners, Niger We Can. Thank you for all of your support, and to every individual who has contributed one way or the other, customizing your contributions, and of course sending in your donations, telling somebody to tell somebody to tell another person. We say thank you so very much. This is all appreciated. So right about now, we will just go straight to education, because the time is short. We have Prof here. He is back, and he has seasoned professionals who have special knowledge in methodologies and principles on how to tackle education and the way forward for the Obi Dati movement.
All right, great to be back here. Now, education. I mean, as Mr. Peter Obi says all the time, if we're going to make progress, two fields cannot be overlooked: education, healthcare. Now, we've spoken to the challenge of education on several occasions. What we know for a fact is that what you get out is what you put into it. I want to talk through issues in education, layers of them, but we don't have the time. I'd just like to come in with Dr. Obiageli Ezekwesili, and to ask my dear sister Obi to lay out for us what the big problems are in education in Nigeria. She's had a role as Minister of Education, and we've spoken to this subject several times in our conversations. So in a quick couple of minutes, if Obi sets us going off, then my colleagues here in the studio will chip in for us to make sense of where policy is and where we must be going if we are to reap a demographic dividend in this country. Obi.
I had to tear myself out of the meeting on the funeral activities for Chief Mbazulika Mechi, the legendary one who was one of our front row nationalists, First Minister of Aviation in the First Republic. And I just wanted to respond quickly to this and get back to the session with them. On education, I think the very strong, I'm unable to use my video, unfortunately, so please bear with me. You would have to make do with my audio. Is that okay, Pat?
Okay, yeah,
as
sure,
I
sure.
see someone, yes. Okay. On education, I think that we have enough analytical evidence of how important it is for economic development. The case is made that education has gone beyond being a social good, to being not just a social good, but also an economic imperative for the growth of any society. As a matter of fact, as more research advanced, we came to the conclusion that the real reason that human capital is important is because as we advance in knowledge through technology, the contribution of education to growth just continues to be more accentuated. To that extent, therefore, for a continent that we see a reversal of its economic performance to its growth, to its natural endowment, we can clearly come to the conclusion that the lack of emphasis on economic, or the lack of emphasis on the power of economic growth by human capital explains our story. The more natural resources we have found on our continent, the less the economic performance of our continent. And so anyone who thinks that an additional discovery of one commodity or the other would be the basis of our economic growth has not been paying attention to the analysis that show clearly that we are stuck in the low equilibrium growth that comes from very perverse behavior of the politics of the continent, because of the contestation for minerals and the resources that come, the process of those resources. To that extent, therefore, we can conclude that those who want to continue the old paradigm of emphasis on natural resources don't have a new set of ideas with which to work. I believe very much in the power of education, and I've seen the contribution that education has made.
Sorry, Obi, let me interfere, here and staying in line with what you're saying. One university in California, Stanford, is probably responsible for more capital than the capital available in the entire continent of Africa. And all they have done is create some human capital, some of who just went across the road literally into Silicon Valley and created companies which in a very short period of time, while they were still in their 20s, made them holders of billions and billions and billions of dollars in capital. Yet, if you look at education budgets in Nigeria, it is almost ridiculous that we don't seem to understand the game the world is playing in terms of our investment in education. And even that education which we are giving, and I go back to Paulo Freire and the pedagogy of the oppressed, the nature of the piggy bank mindset in which we are still using colonial type, understanding of education. What must we do in terms of budgeting or freedom of the system? And I say this particularly because sitting here with me is Emmanuel Orji, who leads a group called AFED, Association for Formidable Education Development in Nigeria. AFED is low-cost school, owners of low-cost schools in blighted neighborhoods and all of that, who educate more of our children than government schools. So some thinking about private investment in education is critical. So in terms of general strategy and budget, how should we be approaching education?
So the first thing you must not do is to assume that the most critical problem to solve in education is to give it more money. I know for a fact that the more money that, however incrementally it was over the decades that we gave to education, the less the learning outcomes in education. And every education system has to be about the learning outcomes. If you have all the children in school, but they really are not learning. We have wasted investment in education, and we have actually blighted the future of our children even more. So what must we do? We must look at the issue of funding education from the perspective of how it correlates to performance in education. And you use the word rightly, investment, which is entirely different from budget. Investment in education means that you must be evidence-based in investing in the things that have a higher probability of influencing learning outcomes. And it therefore means that you need a lot of research and a lot of data around what works, what interventions improve in the chain of what we call education as a system and education as a sector, education as a process. All of these are very different things. So education as a system, what we have found through research is that the foundational literacy and numeracy skills, which really start off children very well in life, just the basic foundational skills, the skills of literacy and numeracy, they at the age of 10, you would be shocked that 9 out of every 10 African children are not acquiring minimum proficiency in literacy and numeracy in our continent. The rest of the world, the number is something of 7 out of 10. In the middle-income countries, it's an average of 5 to 6 out of 10. In high-income countries, it's 1 out of 10 not achieving. So you can see that we are stuck in a very bad situation. We must first, therefore, correct everything that would support a solid foundation for the children, because it's a predictor of lifelong capacity to learn and therefore capacity to earn. So what must we do there? We must invest in the things that research has shown to influence learning outcomes for children. So structured pedagogy is an important aspect of it. What does this mean? Some basic things of making sure that the curriculum, as well as learning plans, as well as the coaching, the training and the coaching of the teachers, as well as textbooks that children use at that foundational level, enable them to grasp the science of learning. And so just correcting the foundation can lay a stage for what would happen with secondary education and for what would happen with tertiary education and other forms of informal adult education. And then we can see clearly that the further investment in education has to go from the perspective of identifying who best can pay for education. At the foundational literacy level, there is absolutely no reason why we should, as a state, leave that to the vagaries of the market. What we should really do is that those who have the capacity to pay and would love to give their children the kind of education that is pricey, let them go ahead and do so. But we must not leave the poor with failing public institutions. Today, what we also know about research in childhood, foundational literacy and numeracy is that, what we call nursery schools, which has been the preserve of the middle class of Africa to the utter neglect of the children of the poor, is so important, because at the year of 3, between 2 and 3, that's when the learning capacity is unlocked for a child. In the case of the poor, which constitute more than 65% of the children that we have in public schools, that we have in the country, stuck in public schools, these children at that age are in markets or